Welcome to Impact Summit 2021. It is live and you're welcome to day one. So we're super excited that you're here. We have a lot of content for you and we hope you'll be immersed in a lot of ideas around social impact and technology, meeting like-minded peers, and also hear from our amazing technical workshops. So first off, we'll have Michael from Zillow to kick off with our workshop. So welcome Michael Porter, who is an expert on web accessibility and an engineer at Zillow. So I'll let Michael take the floors now. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the introduction, Zara. I'm Michael Porter, he, him, and I'm a software engineer at Zillow. I work at Zillow, but I'm not here today as representative of my company, and what I'm discussing today will be my opinions and experiences. I'll be giving the web accessibility workshop for new developers. I put web in parentheses here because the topics we're discussing today will extend beyond the web to mobile, Internet of Things, and generally anything that you're developing as a front end. So who am I? Well, you're generally all new developers around the college age, so I thought I'd start there. I'm a first-generation college graduate. I started at community college, transferred to UCLA, and then went to UCSD for graduate school, where I studied biology and started learning how to code on the side. I attended a boot camp in Seattle to add some polish to what I was learning, and I got my first paid coding job at 33. So you're all way ahead of my curve. I was then brought on as an intern at Zillow with a project to make the search page more accessible. And this was my first introduction to accessibility, right? I leaned on my background. I kept learning to code better and I studied accessibility more. Since then, I've been promoted a few times and I would consider myself today a leader in Zillow at accessibility. I wanted to share my career path to encourage you all when you start becoming better at your careers to also develop these niche skill sets. There's no reason the smart people here can also develop the knowledge base to give talks and lead in anything from performance to products. If you don't know where to start with a 5-minute lightning talk at a meetup. But on to the topic at hand. I'm going to start from the ground floor because I didn't know about accessibility when I was starting as a developer. Right? Accessibility is making products usable by as many people as possible. The World Wide Web Consortium helped establish a set of guidelines called WCAG. WCAG is considered the best way to achieve accessibility from a legal perspective, and it's centered around 4 basic principles. Those are perceivable. Can someone interact this with their senses? Right? Usually you can think of eyes or sight, but in some cases that could be touch. Operable, using their keyboard, mouse, or phone. Can a user interact with the product effectively? And so that would mean, using the tools available, can a user interact with this product? Understandable. This one focuses on simplicity of the information and the interface, right? It's really hard when you've got a lot of complex language to tell you to sign in. And robust. Does it work with a wide variety of user tools? These principles are further broken down into guidelines, which generally have a wide number of additional rules to achieve. You can imagine there are rules to guide every feature of the web towards accessibility. And these rules are generally either pass-fail or have increasing A levels. Let's dive a little deeper into some examples. A pass-fail rule is you do it or you don't. In this case, alternative text on images is our example. Alt text on the web is present when an image doesn't load or when an assistive technology tool, like a screen reader, reads the image. Here, it is dog with a bell attached to its collar, as seen in the code snippet. The goal of alt text is to provide image context when it's relevant to the application. Other typical examples of where alt text is required is icons. Think 4 out of 5 stars in our view or pagination previous next buttons. Visually, we know what these mean, but they don't mean anything to a user who can't see them without alt text. So that was the pass-fail rule. A rule with different degrees of passing is a color contrast ratio. Without diving too deep into the technical details, color contrast ratios are the brightness of the foreground versus the brightness of the background. Here we have 3 different color contrast ratios. You can see that as the A level increases, it becomes more visible and more accessible for folks. Anything between 4.5 up to 6.9 would be considered AA, and AA is the minimum to achieve legal compliance. So why do we care about accessibility? And why is it important to our audience? Well, first, web, mobile, or any application is legally required to be accessible. The Americans with Disabilities Act has been used to enforce accessible apps on companies like Domino's and Target because these companies didn't have accessibility baked into their virtual products. It drained their resources and altered their business plans. Target was sued over 10 years ago, but today is an example of an excellent company with accessibility integrated into their developmental cycle. But it's also the right thing to do, right? I mean, it's wrong to exclude someone from your product because of something temporary or permanent related to their physical body. But also, caring about accessibility improves your application. With the team really focused on accessibility, your inconveniences become highlighted, and accessibility has demonstrated an improvement into the secret box of Google SEO rankings. What's a real-world example, though? NPR is National Public Radio. They have a ton of radio broadcasts and podcasts recorded and saved on their website. NPR wanted to make a greater effort towards accessibility and develop transcripts for their products. Now, low hearing, non-hearing, and lower level English speakers have an easier time using NPR's product. Additionally, now fully able users have a new product available to them. As a result of their accessibility effort, NPR saw real-world increases in their product metrics. So how might you encounter accessibility in your work? If you're building something new or fixing something old, you're going to run a set of automated tests. To the best of my knowledge, the majority of automated testing suites utilize DQ's Axe kit, so they're mostly all the same. This will catch somewhere between 30 and 70% of issues, depending on who you're talking to. It catches almost all the very minor things that are easy to fix. After running these automated tests, you'll need to depend on or develop manual accessibility experience. At the first stage, I would consider this navigating with a keyboard or swiping on your mobile phone to get all the interactive elements. The next stage will be developing familiarity with assistive technologies like screen readers and using that to go through the app manually. So now it's time to do the demo. Let's get started. I'm going to pull in the Superpower store. So this is obviously a fake app that I made where if you sign in, you get these fake superpowers. And it's got a few baked in accessibility flaws. It should be shared in the chat, but if it's not, you can see it available here and you can play with it afterwards. You just run it with npm start and you'll see we have a few flaws already, but we can ignore that. They're cool and they're not going to affect us. Let me refresh and make sure we're working. All right, and so what we're going to do is we're going to run a Lighthouse accessibility test. And so this is in the Lighthouse tab of Chrome DevTools. We're going to click accessibility. Make sure that's the only one clicked. If you got them all clicked, it's just going to take a lot longer to run everything. And I'm going to start on desktop because I know what this app is like. And we'll go ahead and click generate report. And so what this is doing is it's loading the page. It's running the Axe set of set of accessibility tests, and we get a score. Now this score is based on the guidelines that I discussed earlier, and you can see that we have some failures. So let's take a look at these more. If I click this, it'll open up the failure, and then I can click the div, and you can see that it's highlighted both in my app, and then if I click on it, it takes me right to where the failure is. And so I've got some code here. So let's fix some of these. This one is just a color change. It looks like I'm using a bad color somewhere. So let's find it real quick. I almost spaced out on this, but I should give you a layout of how this static accessibility training works. This file was created with React Create App. It's using styled components. So what this essentially is right, we just have a style div, and then here, this is a CSS the CSS that applies to that div. So this CSS only applies to grid container, and styled components are useful for isolating your CSS. That way you don't end up with a bunch of stale CSS in your code. Below that, we have a number of functions that assist with generating the app. And then you'll see we have the header, we have our single sign-up form with some inputs, as well as a button. And then we've got the superpowers. So this get random superpowers will generate these superpowers. And then we've got an SVG that's used to re-roll the superpowers, like so. And then below that, we've got just a number of links to help contact feedback. And then we've got our warning highlight. And so this is where we're breaking the disclaimer font. So I'm just going to go ahead and search disclaimer font. And I'm going to copy this, and we're going to go we're going to go color contrast checker. We can put that in Google. We'll go to the one from WebAIM, and we can clearly see right here. We'll see what it tells us. 1.71 to 1 ratio. So that's why we're failing. And as I move this up, you'll see that we start passing, and it's definitely based on the size of the text. So now we're above 4.83, and we're going to make it a little better. We're going to go all the way to 7. So I'm going to go ahead and use this as a new substitution color. I'll go ahead and replace, save. And then refresh. And then to rerun it, you click the plus, and you just generate a new report. And so that'll take us a few moments, and we can see here that it's dark already. Other examples, we don't have alt text. So these images do not have alt text. And we can see that they don't. Now, in this case, what we want to consider is this alt text important for the context of the image? In these conditions, I would say yes, it is. And we probably can just use this name. So probably Summit Avalanche, it's a good name for this superpower. Unfortunate weather, it describes this picture, direction sense. We do want to be a little concerned about redundancy, right? We don't want a user with a screen reader who's navigating to a page to hear the same thing over and over again. But in this case, I think that's a fine substitution. So we can go ahead and go to the superpowers. I believe it's get random superpowers. And here's the image that we're seeing there. So I'm just going to go ahead and add alt text. Item, excuse me, item.name. And that should solve our alt text issue. We might also consider doing something different, maybe something like this way we display the string. The superpower is item.name, and so that way we add a little bit more context. But you know, we don't want to do this too much. It gets a little confusing for users when we start throwing our own ideas of what's acceptable in there. And so I'll just stick with item name. Let's keep it simple. Now we've also got these images, right? I mean, these images are failing too. So let's see and look at those. What's the goal of those images? Here we've got the links. And so these images are supposed to be bullet points. And the source of the image is superpower, but that's just recycling behavior. And so because these are bullet points, they don't really add context to what these mean, right? If you were going to a pet website or your veterinarian and you saw paws as bullet points, right? That's not really adding important context. So in this case, we'd want to hide these images. And so I would just use an empty string. And so this is how you hide images from the screen reader, and you tell them that it's not important. And so we can do it for all these bullet points. Just so that no one's confused, right? We can see a bullet point is actually a styled image, and this is an image tag in HTML, and this is the associated CSS. All right, so we fixed that one as well. Let's go ahead and look at this one. Form associated elements do not have associated labels. So we'll go ahead and click it. Oh, it's not taking me right to it. Well, that's okay, because I can look at it and I can tell you it's this one with a funny color. And the issue there is that this div is not a label. So assisted screen reader technology won't be able to associate this email with the context of this input. So this and this are not associated according to assistive technology. And what we want to do is we want to label like these two. And so this is how you associate them. You can see that the for name is the same as the ID of the input. So the label and the input come together. And so in here, let's search email. There's our email and there's our input. And so what we'll do is we'll change this div to a label. We'll set HTML4 equal to the ID email. And that should be sufficient. So that is the last fix we have. So we're going to go ahead and run it one more time, and let's see if our accessibility score increases. There we go. All right, we're at 91. Oh, this one's surprising. I did not know this was failing before I started this demo. So I'm not going to fix the last one because I've got, oh, I guess it's failed to compile. Oh, that's why it's not working. Because I didn't close my div. All right. There we go. Let's try that again. Oh my goodness. I just moved this to React app this morning, and so I was afraid that I broke something. There we go. All right, we got 100% accessibility score. Awesome. So everyone can do this step. You can all do this step today on your favorite app. I was just trying on newspapers. You're going to find that all the shopping platforms, Amazon, Target, Walmart, are generally very accessible already. But other websites might still have some flaws that you'll definitely see. I don't want to call them out now though, because that kind of sucks. So we're at 100% with this. So now we're going to move on to the manual step. So if you're on your mobile device, you might try swiping. And if you're on your keyboard device, you actually navigate with the tab key. And so you'll see I push tab and I'm highlighting this first input. And I can continue tabbing to go through all the elements that are interactable on the page. So we're at sign up. I press tab again, jump to help. And as I keep going, whoa, we've gone through the whole page, but we didn't touch this button. And this is the button we use to write reset superpowers. So this is an interactable element, and this isn't getting picked up in the Lighthouse score. So this is an example of something that we've got to fix on our own that we need to identify. And the issue is, right, we've just got this SVG with an on-click on it, and it just calls this reroll function. And this reroll function, right, it just rerolls these fake superpowers that you get. So the simplest way to fix it is to create a styled button. So let's do that real quick. Const reroll button equals styled button. And then I'm just going to give it a few colors. I'm going to say background color, I'm going to make it white. I think that's all I'm going to do. And we'll just go ahead and put this in a reroll button. Reroll button. And copy SVG over. All right. What we're rendering. We can see our button. I don't think my styles got applied. They did not. I was shooting for white, but I think I made a mistake there. Trying to fix this though is a little bit out of scope of what we got going on. Is that it? I think that's it. There we go. All right, we got a white button. Let's see if it's tabbable. So I don't have to go through the whole thing. I can just click near it and it'll take the context here. Then if I push tab, there I am. I'm on the button now. You can see it's got this blue highlight. And if I hit enter or space, oh, it's not going though. So it's reachable, but the commands enter and space to make it fire aren't working. And so that's because we have this on-click reroll button inside the SVG. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull this out. I'm going to put it in the button. And we should be good now. There we go. Now I can enter or space and it'll reroll. Let's look at a few additional flaws. Oh, my email color didn't get fixed. That's surprising, considering it's passing now. You know why? Because I'm applying inline styling CSS to it. Additional things not getting picked up. Well, I can tell you this text, this disclaimer text is still so small that it's not going to be helpful to anyone. So let's enlarge the disclaimer text a little bit. We can see disclaimer font. And I'm going to change it from 16 to 14 px. There we go. Now it's visible. Still looks a little sloppy, so I'll add some padding. How many pixels? That sounds good. Why did it not like padding top? Expected comma. Oh, you know why? I bet it wanted it like this. Yeah, that's why. It wanted padding like that. But I think this is fine, right? It gives us appropriate spacing. We can see our warning about gaining superpowers. All right, so we've nailed a lot of our major issues. Let's see if we got anything else. Well, we know users got to zoom in a lot. So let's see what the zoom functionality looks like. They can zoom in. So that's good, but what about on mobile? Let's go ahead and run our lighthouse audit on mobile and see if anything's different. So we're not mobile ready. I mean, if I convert this to mobile by toggling device toolbar, it'll take me to a mobile device. It's not that clean, right? We're all conjunction up. And so this is also something that's borderline design accessibility, depending on who you ask. In my Google food research, folks are saying that responsive design and accessibility go hand in hand. And so we'd want to clean this up a bit. What we can do is we can move this all in one line. It's displayed with a grid now. So if I go to elements and I open this up a bit, we can see the grid, right? We can see these dashed lines that define the grid. And so here's a grid here. So if I break these down so that they're above one another, that'll give us a cleaner interface. Because if someone's on their phone with this, like there's no way they're gonna be able to precisely click these buttons. Like that's wild. Like our finger would be so fat, I might click, sign up instead of agree to conditions, or trying to click agree to conditions, right? Like that would be impossible. So we're gonna use a media query. And so this is an example of a media query. In this case, right, we have max width set to a big number, which is too big, but then I'm just setting grid template columns to 1 FR. I'm using grid template columns, but if you are unfamiliar with grid, I would definitely recommend and you're a web developer, check out Grid CSS Tricks. It'll be the first Google hit. It's an awesome read through. When I start going back to grids, or when I use grids and I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm doing it correctly, I'll spend 10 minutes reviewing this even today. All right, so we're a little cleaner. This is more the interface we want. We still got stuff piling up though. Additionally, this is probably still way too big. So let's go ahead and toggle this off, and let's bring it together and see where we're falling apart. All right, well, first of all, of course, we're falling apart there. It's so big. Refreshed. Where does it become an issue? At what size? And we can see our pixels change as we shrink the screen. Let's say maybe around here. Let's go ahead and say at 650 pixels, we'll make this inline. So I'll change this max width to 650. There we go. I'm a little bugged out there on that CSS, so I'll spend, 30 seconds fixing that. The issue is the footer doesn't have its own space. The footer is confused because it doesn't have its own space. And only this space is assigned. Because I have a defined height. So height is equal to 200px. I'm going to go ahead and put it in here. Height is equal to auto. And I'll put my media queries at the bottom because the CSS, right, overrides in the order things come in. So because of these are below, when this is applicable, it'll overwrite what's in here. And there we go. We've got a responsive app. Now, you might think we're done, but I made this app, so I know it's broken. And it's broken because if you have a screen reader on, we're giving you updated data, but we're not communicating this to assistive technology. And the way to do that is to apply a little tiny dot, a pixel. And what this pixel does is it takes in something called an ARIA live element, and you put screen reader messages in there. And so what we'll do here is every time we refresh, we're going to say what these new powers are that you'll get when you sign in. I've already written all this code. It's just commented out. So we're going to go ahead and uncomment it. This is visually hidden. So this is a styled component. It's essentially our hidden pixel. It shouldn't be visible. It's just a span. We position in absolute so that we can use the clip. No padding, no border, right? 1 pixel in size, overflow hidden. And so in this case, we have our visually hidden element that we can apply our ARIA live to. ARIA live, excuse me. Here we have it. And this is ARIA live. Now, ARIA live can be both polite or assertive. If it's polite, the screen reader will wait until it's done before it says what's in the message. If it's assertive, it'll interrupt what's going on. I prefer using polite. That way, the user can finish what they're on and then get the input and data. And because users use screen readers at such high speeds, it won't make too much of a difference. Now, you might be wondering why I'm not demoing the screen reader yet. It's because screen reader demos are super hard to do. They're very hard to follow, and we'll just do it at the end. So we've got these screen reader messages that we can input. Now we need to move the superpower message inside of them. And so we know what happens on reroll. And so I'm going to go to this reroll function. And here's our reroll function. What we do is, right, we get their images that correspond to these superpowers. We get the indexes from them. And then what we do is we set the state in the powers, and that determines what these are. And so I'll go ahead and I'll take that. I'll get the names of them. So now what we're getting from this output is an array with the superpower names. And so we can see it ends with name, right? We've got an array. We're just pushing our results in here that match the indexes. And so we've got an array of names. Let's create our message now. And so in this case, we're going to say reroll in superpowers. I'm told that there is a resolution issue. So I'm glad we have Zoom available so that we can zoom in more, which is an accessibility feature. I'm gonna go ahead and in this p tag, I'm gonna say rerolling superpowers results in this image name array. And so what this will do is it'll give me the names of the superpowers that are rerolling. I'm gonna want to change the set state. So I'm not gonna use this one anymore. I'm gonna keep the powers set because I still want the images set, but I'm gonna add a screen reader message, and it's gonna be the super reroll message I defined here. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna add this p tag with the message into our visually hidden state. Now, we're gonna wanna set a timeout here because we don't want this pixel to be readable by a screen reader. And so typically this is done at 500 milliseconds. I'm gonna do it at 5,000 so we can see it. And then I'll move to 500 when we do the demo. We set the timeout with this screen reader timeout, which is just a variable that we support in the constructor. When the timeout runs, we're going to set screen reader messages to null, and then after 5,000 seconds, 5,000 milliseconds, we'll fire this function. Now, if someone keeps re-rolling, we don't want a whole bunch of screen reader timeouts going off. So we're going to clear the timeout if someone re-rolls again. And so this way, if someone keeps pressing the re-roll button, right, we're clean. We know that we will keep adding these. They'll get queued to be read by the screen reader. And then once they're cleared, we won't have to worry about clearing, we won't have to worry about clearing or things getting out of order or anything wonky. Now, when we set this to 500, if it's not read yet, that's okay. Because these are actually queued into ARIA Live. And once they're in here, if they're removed and not read yet, they'll still be read. The screen reader's smart enough to remember that they're here. All right, so that should be all of them. Let me go back to our app, refresh, and I'm gonna go ahead and inspect. I put it in the footer, and here we see it, our ARIA Live Polite. I'm gonna move it to the side a little bit, and I'm gonna go ahead and hit refresh. And so we see there's some context in here, right? There's our P, there's our message. 5,000 is probably too slow now for this demo. Excuse me, probably too fast. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna add another 0 there so it's more easily visible. All right. Because it's now 10 times as long, I can press it first. All right, we're in the footer. Here's our ARIA Live, here's our P tag, and here's our message, right? Rerolling superpowers resulted in Sparta kick with style, direction sense, and car jumping. We could clean it up a little bit, add some spaces, but the screen reader shouldn't have any trouble reading this. I'm gonna go ahead and change this to 500 now, and let's do the screen reader demo. So if you're on a Mac, you have a built-in tool called VoiceOver. So you hit System Preferences, you go to Accessibility, you go ahead and click Enable VoiceOver.
VoiceOver on System Preferences, Accessibility window, Accessibility Features table, VoiceOver, selected. You are currently on a table. To enter this table, press Control, Option, Shift, down arrow.
So I'm trying to talk over it because it will talk a lot, but you can see the text in here. Right now, we're in this, right, our system menu preferences. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to take us to this tool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna refresh it.
Heading level 1, Superpower Store. Name, edit text, email, edit text. Agree to conditions, I agree to conditions. Uncheck, checkbox. Sign up, button. Sign up to gain the following powers. Create mudslide, image. Create mudslide. Holding it in for hours, image. Holding it in for hours. Tip buses with your toes, image. Tip buses with your toes, button. Link, help, link. Contact us, link. Feedback, link. Subscribe. Warning, gaining superpowers may increase contact with supervillains. Superpowerstore.com is not responsible for actions, damages, injuries, or crimes including bank robbery, petty theft, world domination, vigilantism, civilian casualties, or vehicular damage committed after distributing superpowers. You are currently on a text element inside of web content. To exit this web area, press Control, Option, Shift, up arrow.
All right, so as you saw, it went through the whole page. It does that by default when it starts, but I can also do it manually by using keyboard navigation. So in this case, I'll press the tab button.
Name, edit text. You are currently on a text field inside of web content. To enter text in this field, type. To exit this web area, press Control, Option, Shift, up arrow.
And I'll take us to the reroll button.
Email, edit, I agree to conditions. Sign up, button. You are currently on a button inside of web content. To click this button, press Control, Option, Space. To exit this web area, press Control, Option, Shift, up arrow.
Now we should have noticed another flaw, that this button didn't have any context. It's just a button with an SVG image. It didn't tell us what it is. And so if I go ahead and press enter.
Rerolling superpowers resulted in unfortunate weather, summon avalanche, create mudslide.
Our ARIA Live is working. And so anytime you're adding new content to a page, you'll want to use an ARIA Live. So if you're updating results or if you're adding more results due to something the user did, an ARIA Live is the advanced solution that you'd have there. So this button's not working. If I were to go ahead and inspect it again, Lighthouse,
selected, tab, 9 of 12.
Sorry, screen reader.
Voiceover off.
I'm gonna have to turn you off. Right, our button doesn't have an accessible name. And that is definitely this button. Its position is a little off, but it's this button. But I don't know how to give a button an accessible name. So what I can do is I can click Learn More. It'll take me to a link in documentation. And this is true for all the elements. I just sort of forgot to do it earlier. We've got a ton of documentation here. We can attach an ARIA label to it. Down here in the resources, we've got a source from DQ University. So DQ built Axe. And so this is a source that I like to use. It's got a great breakdown. And then we can see, hey, their solution is also an ARIA label. So I'm gonna go ahead and ARIA label and I'm gonna call it reroll. Reroll button. ARIA label is equal to reroll superpowers. And then we're gonna go ahead and run our Lighthouse score one more time. We're gonna run our Lighthouse audit. Generate report. Oh, we're still a little wonky there on that visualization, but we're at 100%. And so these are fixing all the accessibility issues that I know of and created in the page. I would say meeting the two-way legal requirement level is sort of the first step in accessibility. Going beyond that, right, you want to think a lot about usability and how users will interact with your site and things that you can make better. This site is pretty simple, so there aren't a lot of additional features. One more time, I'll turn on the screen reader.
Voiceover on Chrome, React. DevTools, web, select an element of application. To get missing image descriptions, now in React app, Google Chrome window. DevTools, web content. You are currently on web content inside of a group. To enter the web area, press Control, Option, Shift, down arrow. To exit this group, press Control, Option, Shift, up arrow. Leaving DevTools. Entering web content. Name. Edit text. You are currently on a text field inside of web content. To enter text in this field, type. To exit this web area, email. Edit text. I agree to conditions. Sign up button. We're all superpowers button.
There we
You are
go.
currently on a button inside of web content. Voiceover off.
So I just wanted to demonstrate that it was working, that we fixed it so that you weren't just trusting the tooling and that you saw it happen. With that, we're done with the demo. The most common failures. So annually, webaim.org does a survey, and they'll identify, they'll take a lot of information on accessibility, about users, collect devices. If you're looking to push accessibility to your company, this survey is a great resource on why you'll want to do it. You'll notice that we looked at low contrast, missing alt text for images, and form labels. And I picked these three as the simpler ones because they are major issues that folks still encounter today. And it's been consistent for a number of years. And these can be fixed by anybody today, and you by just running a lighthouse audit. Now I showed myself using a screen reader, but I thought it'd be helpful for us to watch this video of someone who's visually impaired actually using a screen reader.
Hi, I'm Christy. I'm just showing a little video of how a blind person would use an iPhone. So basically, you run your finger along the screen and you find what you're looking for. And there's like a little bit of a vibration, so it helps too. And it reads everything on the screen as you're going. And so then I open Twitter, and it's at the top of the Twitter page now. And I'm gonna.
Sorry, there we go. It was just resized funny.
And so then I open Twitter, and it's at the top of the Twitter page now. And I'm gonna compose a tweet. And normally you would use the regular keyboard here, but the iPhone also has this other keyboard where when you turn it, now I can braille and use a braille keyboard. So and so then I can read what I wrote. So I could share that if I want, but that's pretty much the idea. And so you double tap on anything to open it, and then it'll bring up whatever. So basically it just reads whatever is on my screen, and then I can interact with it and double tap or triple tap or scroll using 3 fingers up and down. So yeah, that's basically how I would use my iPhone.
All right, so it's not a coincidence, right, that Apple is leading the field in assistive technology. I mean, they've been, well known for creating usable products that people love. And it's also, I guess, not surprising that Microsoft is also moving in this direction. In the last 5 years, they've also done a major push towards accessibility. I actually checked today, and on Apple, they're now building accessible devices for VR. And so they've got some job openings available there. And that's it for me. Thanks for your time. You can reach me on LinkedIn. I'm not very active on Twitter. And if you have any questions, I'll ask Zora to read them through.
Hi, thank you so much, Michael, for the workshop. Thank you all for joining us. And we have shared the slides and also the GitHub repo in the community Slack. Okay, thank you, Michael.
All right, thank
Next up, we'll have coffee checks on Glimpse at 2:30 p.m. EST. That is 11:30 p.m. 11:30 a.m. for people on the West Coast. So all the info will be shared in the Slack community. So we'll be back later after that for talks. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to day one of the Impact Summit. In this session, we'll watch a presentation by Professor Lauren K. Klein and Catherine D'Ignazio about their 2020 book called Data Feminism. And then Professor Klein will join us for a live Q&A. So I'll first share this video. And my name is Zora. I help organize the summit and I help at Impact Labs.
I'm Annie, and I've also been helping organize the summit at Impact Labs.
Yeah, and we will moderate the live Q&A with Professor Klein later. Notification say you couldn't hear me. Let's try this again.
Our other time is also precious. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our talk about data feminism. We are really grateful to be here with you today, and we really appreciate your time and taking the time to engage with us, engage with the work, and to listen to what we have to say in these days where our Zoom time is precious and our other time is also precious off of Zoom. So my name is Catherine D'Ignazio. I'm an assistant professor of urban science and planning, and that's at MIT, based in Boston, Cambridge, Massachusetts. I'm also the director of a lab called the Data Plus Feminism Lab. And I'm here today with Lauren, who can introduce herself in just a second. And we're going to speak to you a little bit about our recent book that came out in 2020 called Data Feminism. And the roadmap for today is that we are going to tell you a little bit about the motivations for writing our book. We are going to ground you in the definition of feminism that we are drawing from. And then we're going to show you some of the examples that come out of the book to show what a kind of intersectional feminist approach to data science really looks like. And so the only last thing to say on this particular slide is that the book is open access, meaning you can access it for free on the internet. If you go to this URL, datafeminism.io, this is our book's website, and there will be a big button when you get there that says read the book, and you just click on that button, and that's how you access the book. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Lauren to introduce herself and kick us off.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Klein, as Catherine mentioned. I'm an associate professor of English and quantitative theory and methods at Emory University in Atlanta. And I also direct the not the data feminism lab, they're the digital humanities lab there.
You can direct my lab
again,
too.
to echo Catherine, we're really appreciative of your all making the time. So I'll begin by saying that we see our book, Data Feminism, as part of a larger and growing body of work that is working collectively to hold corporate and government actors accountable for their sexist, racist, classist data products. So things like face detection systems that can't see women of color, hiring algorithms that demote applicants that went to all women's schools, child abuse detection algorithms that punish poor parents, and more. And at the bottom of the screen, you can see images from some of the projects that have done the work on precisely these issues and really inspired us to write the book. Because the reality is that these examples just keep on coming. You know, every day or week, there's a new headline about some sort of discriminatory system, some sort of biased algorithm or data set. And it's all coming from a single problem, which is that where corporations see data as the new oil, and they mean this in a good way, and that data seems to them to be this untapped natural resource that can lead to tremendous profit for them once it's processed and refined. Women, and particularly women of color, as well as Indigenous people, immigrant communities, LGBTQ folks, and more, experience this very same process of data extraction, since if you're talking about, well, that really is the metaphor, they experience this as another instance of the same old oppression. And we want to begin just by saying that we're not the first ones to have made the case that this oppression is real, that it's ongoing, and that it's necessary to dismantle. But what we explain in the book is how feminism, and intersectional feminism in particular, has been focused on precisely this, on dismantling instances of oppression and the forces of power that cause them for a very, very long time.
So before we get started about, kind of diving into the book and what we talk about, we like to spend a few minutes doing some level setting about how we use the term feminist in the book. So what you see here is an image from the MTV Music Awards in 2014. And so Beyonce, this is Beyonce who's performing, and she projected the word feminist behind her. She's also singing about feminism in her song Flawless. And what she's actually singing sort of in the background, she's actually sampling a definition of feminism, which comes from the American Heritage Dictionary definition of the term. So a feminist is the person who believes in equal rights for men and women, to which we also add non-binary people. So what we get from this definition from Beyonce is that feminism is at its root a belief in equality for all genders. But if you believe in equality for all genders, you just have to look around at your everyday life and see that the world where all genders are equal has not yet been realized. And so there's a second definition of feminism, which is that it's organized activity on behalf of women's and non-binary people's rights and interests, meaning it's political action. It implies a commitment to realizing that world in which all genders are equal. And then feminism also has a third definition, and this is a particularly exciting one. And so this is that it is a set of theories and ideas. So it's a belief, it is political action, and it's a set of theories and ideas. And what this means is that it's a kind of an intellectual heritage. It is work that comes before our time, that we inherit, and that we can use to make sense of the problems that we face today, so that we don't have to invent everything from anew. And so these theories begin by thinking through issues of inequality with respect to sex and gender. But then the past 40 years of scholarship and also our current political reality have brought many more dimensions of inequality into the conversation, including race, class, sexuality, ability, and many more things.
So this brings us back around to this idea of intersectional feminism and how, in our view, and we actually say this in the book, feminism in the year 2021, so right now, it must be understood as intersectional. And some of you actually may know this already. So intersectionality is a term coined by the legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw, which she uses to explain how social inequality cannot be described in terms of only one dimension of difference, like gender. So if we're talking about inequality or oppression, we must be talking about the intersection of the many factors and forces that produce it. So this includes racism, classism, colonialism, and so on. So the key thing to understand about intersectionality, and this actually is something that's often overlooked in the casual implications of the term that we increasingly see around, is that intersectionality isn't just describing markers of individual identity. So it doesn't just mean, like I, Lauren Klein, I am white, I am a cisgender woman, I live in the global north and the US South. It doesn't just mean these aspects of my identity. What it is describing are the structural forces of power and their intersection that make those aspects of my identity matter, that create the effects that I experience as a result of those aspects of my own or my group's identity. And it really has been the work of women of color feminists and Black feminists in particular that have foregrounded this conversation about forces of power. So, in short, intersectional feminism, which provides the underlying framework for our book, it's not only about issues of gender. It's not even only about women. It's about power. It's about who has it and who doesn't. And in today's world, data is power. So you see this in the idea of data as the new oil that I was talking about just a couple of minutes ago. You also see this in the idea of data as the same old oppression. And so intersectional feminism, when applied to data science, can help that power be challenged and changed. And so our argument is actually that data science needs feminism quite badly, and intersectional feminism in particular, if we ever hope to overturn these power imbalances.
So as Lauren and I were writing the book, we asked ourselves what we had learned from all of our own schooling and feminist scholarship, our participation in various activist communities. We did kind of a field scan across many fields that have mobilized feminist theory, in particular fields that have tried to apply feminist theory and operationalize feminist theory. So these would be fields like law, economics, cartography and critical geography, human-computer interaction, many more spaces. I mean, again, going back to the idea of feminism as an intellectual heritage, we find feminist work everywhere, and that's something that's really, really exciting. And so from that kind of scan, we came up with these 7 principles that for us, these are the principles that encapsulate the most important aspects of feminism as they relate to data. And so you'll notice a couple of things here. So first of all, this is actually the way that the book is structured. So we have 7 principles of data feminism. We have 7 chapters in the book. And so each chapter corresponds to one of these principles and is sort of about that principle. And what we try to do, we wrote the book in a way to be accessible to folks who don't necessarily have a background in feminism or women's or gender studies, et cetera, and also to people who don't have a background in data science or statistics or technology. And so what we do in each chapter is we try to introduce the reader to some of the feminist theorists who sort of led us to formulate this principle. And then we introduce folks to examples, powerful examples that already exist in the world of folks who are actually realizing these principles in practice. And so we're not going to have time to go through every single principle in this short talk that we have with you today. But maybe one thing to notice is that there are actually 2 principles about power. They're the first 2 chapters in the book. So examine power and challenge power. And this goes back to our grounding in intersectional feminism, which really, that it focuses on a kind of feminist analysis of power. This is really what's at the root or the heart of the feminist project, and really what distinguishes it from mainstream data science or data science for social good is because it's incorporating an analysis of inequality into everything that it does. It centers those forces of power. So again, our goal here was to operationalize feminism for data science, to say, well, how can we guide the work of people who are already working with data, who want to work with data, or also people who want to refuse to work with data. Refusal is a really powerful feminist strategy. So from here on out, we're going to dive into the principles a little bit. We'll show you a couple of examples that come out of these different principles and these different chapters. And hopefully this will give you a little bit of the flavor for the tenor and tone of the book and the kind of examples and people that we showcase.
So one of the examples that we talk about pretty early on in the book, the first chapter on power, is this one. It's the Library of Missing Data Sets by the artist and educator Mimi Onuoha. So missing data sets is a term coined by Onuoha to describe data sets that a reasonable person might expect to exist because they address issues of pressing social need, but because of various reasons, they don't actually exist in real life. So data sets like trans people killed or injured in instances of hate crime, there's no national comprehensive data set or database about this. People excluded from public housing because of criminal records, another issue that no one is paying attention to. Or for a more topical example, any number of data sets relating to COVID in the United States, because there is not unified political will across all states and agencies to collect these data, they are missing. So I just want to back up and say, tell you what you're looking at. So Onuoha exhibits the Library of Missing Data Sets actually in two ways. On the right, what you see is a screenshot from the GitHub repository version of this project, which you can find if you just Google Mimi Onuoha Missing Data Sets GitHub, it will take you there. But there's also an art installation. That's the file cabinet that you see on the left. So the idea is the files are labeled with the titles of each of the missing data sets. But when you go to open them, they're empty. And to put just a more finer point on this, the reason that they're empty is because of the profound imbalance of power with respect to data collection in the world today. So this imbalance of power is what determines what data are collected and what data are not, or what research is conducted and what research is not. So, who has this power? Governments, moneyed institutions, including moneyed educational institutions. Who tends not to have this power? Minoritized groups. Data science begins with an analysis of power, right? Because far too often, the data sets that we can access, and in turn the questions that they prompt, have already been affected by or overdetermined by the imbalance of power in the world today.
So this next example takes us into the second chapter, where we're talking about the principle challenge power. And this example has to do with the topic of feminicides in Mexico. And so for those of you who don't know, feminicides are gender-related killings of women and girls. They include cis and transgender women. They are legally defined as crimes in actually most countries now in Latin America, thanks to the strength of the Latin American feminist movement. And this includes in Mexico. So Mexico has laws on its books that criminalize feminicide. However, the state does not systematically collect data on feminicide. So, they've said it's a problem, they've coded it in the law, but they are not systematically going out and understanding what's the scope and scale of the problem, nor training their, representatives of the state, such as medical examiners and police, to accurately classify these deaths. So this lack of data, this is another case of missing data sets. This is the subject of emerging public anger in Latin America. And so for folks who are interested, you can go check out the hashtag #NiUnaMenos to follow some of this conversation. Because specifically of the way in which the state neglects to fully implement its own laws and provisions. And so in the book, we tell the story of Maria Salguero, who is a Mexican person. She was saying she doesn't even consider herself necessarily an activist, but she was frustrated by this lack of action and the deaths and the violence, the level of violence that kept happening. Since 2016, she started compiling her own registry. And so what she does is she spends 2 to 4 hours per day logging feminicides on this Google map that you see in front of you and in her database, which is behind the Google map, and that she calls from media reports. So she reads media reports about violent deaths and then logs them in her database. And because she's been doing this work for 5 years, she has single-handedly compiled the largest archive of feminicide in Mexico. She's helped with the data and with the map, she's helped families locate loved ones. She's provided data to journalists and NGOs. She's actually testified in front of Mexico's Congress multiple times. And so in the book, we characterize this as what you might call feminist counter data. So this is activist data collection that steps in when the state and other institutions have systematically failed to ensure the basic safety of their population. And so this counter data collection represents one way to use data to challenge power. Now, there's a really important caveat I just want to say here, which is that throughout data feminism, we talk about data as a double-edged sword. And so we would caution you from thinking that like the solution to any social problem is simply to collect more data, because there are ways in which collecting data about people, particularly when they come from marginalized or vulnerable groups, can even further marginalize them or make them vulnerable to powerful institutions that may want to target them further. So we can think of like, why would it be not helpful, let's say, to go out and collect extensive personal information about undocumented immigrants in the United States, right? And so, just keep that caveat in mind. So counter data can be used as one way to challenge power, but it's certainly not always the right path forward.
A lot of the projects in the book actually begin with counter data collection efforts. And the one that you're looking at right here is a project undertaken by the San Francisco-based anti-eviction mapping project. So since 2013, the AEMP, as they describe themselves, has worked in collaboration with tenants' rights organizations and community groups in order to collect and map data about the eviction crisis in the Bay Area. And so this, very, very briefly for non-US audience members, the Bay Area is where Silicon Valley is. This is where all of the big tech companies are, and tech workers are paid a lot more than pretty much everyone else there. And landlords have realized early on that if they could kick out all of their current tenants, they could raise the rents and get these tech workers to pay more. So this has led to a widespread eviction crisis in this location. So more specifically, what you're looking at on this map is a red dot indicating every place where a person or a family has been evicted. And then the blue dots indicate places where the AEMP has also interviewed one of the people who was evicted from that place. So if you click on one of those blue dots, it brings up one of these video interviews, their video interviews. And so you're seeing on the right a screenshot from one of them, an interview with Phyllis Bowie. She's a resident of Midtown and she's facing eviction from her home. And in the book, we draw a contrast between that AEMP map that you've just been looking at and the work of the Eviction Lab, which is based at Princeton University. So the Eviction Lab's goal, it's similar, actually. It's to present a national picture of the eviction crisis. And I just want to sort of make clear at the outset, this is a worthy goal. This is in itself a valuable project, but it's wildly different in terms of process. And that's the contrast that I want to draw out here. So you might take a look at this map and think, I think they're using bigger data. Certainly what you or I are looking at is a map of the entire United States. You might even think what I'm looking at is a more comprehensive picture of this problem of eviction in the United States. You might look at it also and think, it seems a little bit more technical, a little bit more professional. They're not using Google Maps, they're using something else. However, what the AEMP has shown is that national real estate databases like the ones that the Eviction Lab uses significantly undercount evictions. You can just think for a minute about why this might be true. First of all, the real estate industry not incentivized to count any more evictions than they absolutely have to. That's very bad for their industry. Second of all, you can think about all of the different ways in which you can be evicted from your home that don't involve formal eviction papers, actually going down to City Hall and having the landlord present you with these documents that says you are evicted, right? This involves not fixing leaky ceilings, not repairing the broken plumbing in your bathroom, lurking in the lobby. Like all of these things are ways to get you out that are not counted as official evictions. But because the AEMP works with local community organizations, so the places where people go when they say like, help, this is happening to me, what do I do? What the AEMP has gathered is admittedly messier, but actually much more accurate and more contextualized data that in fact documents a greater extent of the problem at hand. And in the book, we talk about this in terms of what is gained by embracing pluralism, meaning bringing many and multiple people and perspectives to the table throughout the data project, the design process rather. And also importantly, valuing those experiences, right? Not just bringing people in at the end of the process to say, how did we do, or what do you think? But bringing people in at the very beginning to help shape the project, identify the real research questions, and follow up appropriately.
So now we're moving on to a next principle, which is rethink binaries and hierarchies. And so feminist theory has a lot to say about binaries, and this is primarily coming from a consideration of the gender binary. So if we think about the gender binary, we inherit this false idea that there are two genders, it's men and women, right? Except feminist theorists would make this point that in fact, first of all, this is like empirically wrong. This is a false binary because there are not two genders. There are many more than two genders, right? So first of all, this is a false binary that we inherit. Second of all, there's the critique of the gender binary that it's actually not, two equal genders, but it's actually hiding an unequal hierarchy. So you have men on top and women here, and then non-binary and other folks completely erased from the equation. And so one of the key moves of feminist theory is to take this critique of the gender binary and then use it to question other binaries and hierarchies that we encounter in the world. And so these would be things like the distinction between nature and culture, between subject and object, or the one that this next example takes up, which is this artificial, once again, sort of false hierarchical distinction between reason and emotion.
So in the general Anglo-Western context in which most of us are situated, we've been taught that reason is somehow better than emotion. And we see this play out in data and in data visualization in particular. So best practices for data visualization often involve a clean design, a minimalist aesthetic, presenting just the facts, right? But why are these our best practices, especially when research in this very same field, in the field of information visualization, has shown that we interpret these aesthetic choices just as emotionally. So we tend to believe that these types of charts are more truthful than they actually are. So research by Jessica Holman, for example, has shown that just including a source line for the data makes people trust that visualization more. It doesn't matter whether that credit line actually points to an actual source, a real URL or not. It has the same effect. By the same token, recent research by Crystal Lee and her team at MIT have shown how spreaders of misinformation or disinformation often accompany their totally made up facts with official or scientific seeming minimal data visualizations like bar charts and pie charts and something like this, because they understand that it makes their made up information seem more truthful. So we just want to think about the opposite for a minute. So visualizations that deliberately and intentionally, in an informed way, leverage emotion. And that's what this next example helps us explore. So what you're looking at here is actually a screenshot or several screenshots of an animated visualization. It's by the design firm Periscopic. It's another one that you can Google and watch while I'm talking. And what it is a visualization of the number of gun-related deaths in a particular calendar year. And what you're looking at now is 2018. So what happens in this visualization is that each of the people killed by a gun in that year is represented as a single arc. That's what you see in the two smaller images on the slide. But and the arcs, they're traced one by one onto the screen. So at first you can read the information. They start out pretty slow, but then they get faster and faster until you can no longer read the identifying information about each person, Also, they start to sort of overlap with each other and create this semicircular web. That's what you see in this larger image. And, it's really overwhelming to watch. At this point, I've watched this visualization, literally hundreds of times, but I still find it almost unbearable. It goes on, you think it's going on, you should be over, it's not over. You think that enough people or too many people have been killed, but there are yet more who have been killed. But that's the point, right? It goes on for too long because too many people are being killed by guns in the United States. It lasts for too long again because this problem has gone on for too long. This is the type of epidemic that we're dealing with. And I should just back up and say, methodologically, it's no less statistically sound than any other study. The data about the people derived from a national crime data set released by the federal government. Their projected lifespans are determined using a model that was released by the World Health Organization, but it was viewed with intense suspicion from the visualization community because it made us feel things. And a feminist approach here would say, that's not a problem at all that it made us feel things. And actually, it's a more compelling visualization precisely because it blends reason with emotion. So rebalancing reason and emotion in your work opens up your communication toolbox in a way that allows you or us to focus on what really matters in any design process. So honoring context, listening to experience, and taking action to challenge the imbalances of power that we encounter in the world.
So this brings us to the very last point we want to make before leaving you for today. And this might be obvious from these examples, but it's worth repeating. So data feminism really insists on an expanded definition of data science and data visualization. So our data science is not defined by the size of the data set. It's not defined by the credentials of the people undertaking the work. These are concerns that are continually used to exclude women and people of color from the field, as well as to exclude work whose contribution is socio-technical rather than purely technical. So if we expand, we gain something by expanding this definition of data science, especially if what we're interested in is this intersection of data science and justice. Because once we expand it, then we can clearly see that the most exciting work happening at that intersection is being undertaken by folks like artists, journalists, humanists, community organizers, librarians, activists, and so on. And so some of this work does look like traditional data science. You can see the kind of the example here in the top left of the slide. But other work are interactive chatbot art sculptures or really innovative data journalism and storytelling, or even data murals, sort of grounded, community-based, data-driven artworks that happen in situ. And that's what you see here on the bottom is a data mural by the group called Data Therapy. And so we have hundreds of examples like this in the book, which we selected to illustrate our points and inspire readers to action. Because on the one hand, while we recognize that data is at the root of so many problems today, it can also be part of the solution. So just a real quick shout out as we wind up. We have data feminism infographics because we were invited to put our work in several art exhibitions. You can go to this URL and download them in many multiple languages. And we would welcome you to do so and for free, circulate them, they're open source and so on. And that's it for us today. Here are many different ways to be in touch with us, to follow the work of our labs. We love hearing from folks about what they're doing with data feminism, how they're using it, questions, debate points, and so on and so forth. But once again, just thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to crossing paths again in the future.
Thanks so much for listening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oops, wait. Just stop the recording. Okay.
Hi, so what you have just seen was a presentation given by Professor Klein and Professor Ignacio. So right now we are joined live by Professor Klein, and we'll have a live Q&A session with her. So welcome, Professor Klein.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for coming. So to start the discussion, so often, sometimes we are kind of having this choice of whether to refuse to participate in the system or exploitation or not. So some of the audience participating in our summit are students or already working professionals who may have access to data or just working with data systems. So we're wondering, what advice would you give for someone to choose whether to participate in a system that maybe is not currently the most ethical, like deciding between like whether they can be a positive actor to change the system or whether like refusal will be an important thing to uphold in this case? What would be maybe aspects to consider?
Oh, that's such a good question. And I'm glad that we're starting with that. You know, I think this is a really tricky question, especially for people who are just starting off in their careers, where you might not be in a position necessarily to question or be the one to alone, you know, voice your concerns in a large project team. But it's super important to always be thinking about. And, you know, there's a couple of different things and ways to approach this. I think one is to, first of all, register those concerns as real and probably valid. And like, if you're thinking about them, they're probably legitimate concerns. And then the second thing to figure out is, who is this community or this population that you are concerned about? And are there members of that community that you can reach out to ask about it, right? And sometimes this is easier than others. Like if it's a small community, a local community, a named community, right? There's obvious people you can go to. If it's a larger demographic group, then sometimes it's less clear who you should ask. But absolutely the first step when you are dealing with data that belongs to a group or seeking to represent a group that you think might expose or subject to harm, and you are sort of in the middle of this process, engaging the people behind that data in the process is 100% the first way to go. And then also, you know, if it's a larger group, again, like looking to national advocacy organizations or organizations that claim to, and that also backed up by evidence, right, you know, speak and advocate on behalf of this particular group. That's another place to go if you're dealing with such a large population that you're not sure exactly where to turn. But then the second part of this, right, is like, even if you know that there's probably an aspect of the analysis or the data that you probably shouldn't, or like you've already done this, the community group says, no, don't touch it. And you need to figure out how within a larger organization, sort of how to voice that concern. This is where it's really, really important to learn with your organization and figure out who your allies are, and figure out, and especially, you know, at your level, and then also sort of up the organizational hierarchy, whether it's people involved in like ethics issues, in DEI type organization, you know, people sort of in leadership in those positions, and assembling a group so that you're not voicing this concern alone, because chances are if you've had these thoughts, other people have too. And understandably, they might have concerns about being like the single person to say, I think there's a problem here. But if you are coming together across multiple constituencies and across multiple levels, it's a much more powerful thing to do. And then the other thing that I'll say is that sometimes these things are unsuccessful, especially in the corporate world, right? Like you can raise concerns and you can be told, we have to do it this way, or the company, you know, like our client is demanding it or something like this. And oftentimes you are not the decision maker in this process, but that it helps constantly be the one or be part of this group that is raising these concerns, especially if you can protect yourself in numbers, right? Because over time, I do think these messages are received, and I've seen this borne out, borne out in practice. Like if you quit over the first, I mean, obviously there's a range of dubious data practices, right? Like there's certain ones you probably should quit that company, but most decisions I think are sort of like in this gray line, right? And you cannot do, if you're in a place that you like and you feel like you're your coworkers or whatever are listening to you, this is an ongoing conversation, right? And the first time that you identify these concerns is not necessarily going to be the last time you identify them, and the conversation moves forward, right? And so I think the important thing, again, is first of all, involve these people who are impacted. Second of all, like find your own people in this company, and then also, not to give up, right? If you felt like you weren't heard the first time or only incremental progress was made, to keep on going, right? Because I do think that people's minds and, their orientations towards these types of issues are slow to change. And oftentimes people require repeated exposure in order to recognize to what the concerns or the harms may be, in order to recognize that it is a really significant issue.
Thank you so much. And I really like how you brought up not kind of standing alone, like in terms of raising the issue and finding alliances. Definitely, I think for a lot of new grads joining teams, sometimes that might be a difficult thing to navigate, both the culture of the place and also standing up for what they believe to be ethically right. So we do have a question from the audience. The audience question was, how does visualization become an emotional ignition tool where data is always considered sort of absolute rational and free of any emotional aspect? I think they would like to pick your brain on the psychology of it, how even though we kind of have this perception of it being rational, how maybe the way it's presented or kind of aspects you think that might have made certain visualizations much more emotional than others.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of an elaboration of some of the points that we made in the more of the lecture part of this. But, we're not just eye stalks attached to brain, we are living, feeling people in the world, right? And we respond to external sensory stimuli in all sorts of ways, some of which are chemical and biological, and these are things that can be measured, with eyeball trackers and the like. And then other ways are cultural, other ways are socialized, other ways are contextualized in other ways. And so we really attentive to all of those ways in which we perceive data visualizations. And again, this is sort of a theme of feminist thinking really broadly. When you layer in these additional perspectives or these additional layers of complexity, it doesn't invalidate what you already know. Just because you know that we are influenced by our social surroundings when we perceive an image doesn't mean that you also can't use, more quantitative measurements to perceive okay, where does a person's eye go first on the page when I examine it, this kind of thing. It doesn't invalidate or negate the use of other techniques, but the whole idea is that you bring these together for just a richer and more fleshed out picture of what it is you're trying to do or what it is you have done, as the case may be, and use all of that information in order to design going forward. And so one of the things that we know from a wide range of sources is that, for example, what users do in visualization studies is not necessarily the same as how a reader encounters an image on the page, or how a visualization might be communicated either along with all of the sort of textual apparatus that surrounds it or independent of that, like in a meme or on Twitter or whatever. All of these things are aspects of our design that we can bring back into the design process and use to influence our future thoughts. So maybe I'll just stop there. I mean, I could get into some details. Pretty much there's research that confirms everything that you probably already know, which is people really trust objective seeming visualizations. People don't doubt things, or they don't analyze things as much as they should if they seem scientific. There's also research that shows if you add in some extra and unique details, people do actually remember those details. This sort of goes against the Edward Tufte kind of chart junk argument. I'm trying to think of some other things, but anyway, it's a really rich picture how we interpret visualizations. But I feel the common sense summation of it is just that we are complicated people, and there's so many different things that go into our perception and interpretation of visualization designs, and we shouldn't be limited to received wisdom or best practices or whatever about what visualizations should do, because we know that visualizations can do so many different types of things.
Yeah, that was a great answer. Thank you so much. So I think for our next audience question, we have one audience member who mentions that they're planning on buying data feminism, but while reading the description, they came across the phrase, and they show why the data never ever speak for themselves. And this audience member is asking for an elaboration on that phrase.
Sure. So so this came from, it was sort of a response to a provocation in Wired magazine. And the author of that piece, Chris Anderson, had sort of said, like, we live in a world where there's so much data that we essentially don't need to make inferences. We don't need to extrapolate. We don't need to, all we need to do, we have data on everything and everyone. And so there is this one-to-one correspondence now between the data that we have and the lives that we lead. And admittedly, that was intended as a provocation. But we also know that big data is not the same as all data, right? There's aspects of life experience that cannot be quantified. There are the ways in which individuals and groups and communities live their lives are not always easily assimilable into the same classification. Technology. Like, we know all of these things, or one would hope that people listening to this this conference, right? Like, these are things that we would believe if we heard them. And yet there are still people who think, the best encapsulation of the world that we can get is one that is purely data driven. And as we get more and more data, we need less and less human feedback in order to correct or error check or whatever. And that's just wrong. Like that, and that's essentially what we spend a chapter talking about in the book. But one of the things, I actually don't even know if we talk about this in the book, but one of the things that has been increasingly interesting to me, and this is someone I'm a big nerd and I use lots of technologies a lot, but it's always surprising to me the degree to which even what we think of as the most technically sophisticated systems still rely on people. Like Google search results, they employ people, like humans, to constantly tweak the search results on a daily, hourly. Like, there are people's jobs that who it is to be humans in the loop. This is true of Google. This is true for spam moderation. This is true for so many of these what we perceive as sophisticated technical systems. Like, they really just don't work without people. And so I think any time that there is this, you sort of see this tendency or a desire to say, like, oh, we've got so much data, like, I think we've got everything here. Like, there always needs to be a voice that says, and again, again, to come back to what I said before, it doesn't invalidate what you have, but you always need to be thinking about, like, what do you have, and then what do you not have, or what does this tell you, and then where do you need to go, or where else do you need to go in order to complete the story.
Thank you. And we have maybe like 7 more minutes. So I'll first ask a question which kind of covers one of our audience, Taylor's question. So Taylor was wondering about kind of advice for students learning about and like creating data visualization. I want to make that broader. Kind of, there are some gaps in our computer science education, especially kind of pertaining to ethics. Many departments don't have ethics education. So in your point of view, what are some like courses or experiential learning or just kind of maybe experiences that can give us kind of technologists a broader view, maybe a more ethical view in the ways that we're creating visualization or in the way they're working on projects?
Oh, that's such a good question. So in terms of specific courses, I'm not so sure, but I do know that Casey Fiesler at CU Boulder, part of her research is on, she's in CS, and part of her research is on ethics education in CS. And she did a sort of meta review or like a survey of how ethics is being taught in CS departments. And I'm sure that that includes links to helpful reference points. I also really like the model of NPEC, and actually it's not just him, there's a couple of other people involved at Bucknell, and they teach their computer science curriculum from like CS1 with the ethical component baked in. So it's sort of coding scenarios that teach you like data structures, but also because of the particular scenario or example that you're coding, like make you think about the ethical implications as well. And all of those materials are online. In terms of books that do this, I mean, there's a whole host of amazing books that on each of them will blow your mind. Some of the books that were really inspirational to us in writing data feminism were Ruha Benjamin's book, Race After Technology, which is a more general audience book, but touches on a whole bunch of types of automated systems, many of which I know like show up as examples in CS curricula. Virginia Eubanks's book, Automating Inequality, has it's a sustained example of an automated and algorithmic system for managing child welfare in Pennsylvania. And it's very detailed. It's compelling because it's detailed. Kathy O'Neill, I'm sure, you know, her work at this point is fairly widespread, but you know, you can't not read it and think like, we're really in it. Joy Buolamwini at the Algorithmic Justice League does great work both on the ethics side, but also on the technical audit side. I really like her work because she does both, right? Like she's like, okay, I'll, you know, show you how your models are can I say this shit? But then I'm going to show you that fixing them, I'm going to explain why fixing them is not actually the solution that we want because of the extended harms that, for instance, facial can have. You know, I could go on, but I'll also say Twitter is a really good resource. I feel like there's a really active conversation about tech ethics in general on Twitter, and I'm sure there's lists and stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much out there. And I would say, like, you can't really go wrong if you sort of start with some of these names and then follow the papers and people that they reference. And it will take you into some, I would say, really interesting and also really active and unfolding conversations. That's another thing that's really exciting about this space right now, is that people have, I think, identified that there are real problems with ethics in CS, and the fixes are not clear. And so people right now are really trying to figure out like what the next steps are.
Thank you so much. We'll definitely include those to our participants in our Slack later.
Yeah, so yeah, those are some great resources. Thank you for sharing. I think our next question is from another viewer on the stream who wants to ask more about the deconstruction of the binary that comes with feminist theory, in that a lot of binaries are enforced, particularly in Western culture. And the question is, how does bringing in a more diverse cultural lens outside of Western culture help deconstruct binaries in data visualization?
Oh, I love that question. That's really good. Yeah. So, I mean, so that particular model is like the classic, mostly European sort of critical theory approach to deconstruction that, you know, so if you've ever taken like a literary theory class or heard about like Derrida or something like that, you know, this was an approach developed through the 1960s, 70s, 80s, you know, where people by academics and mostly humanities scholars, some linguists, sociolinguists, became increasingly aware that Western culture is so overdetermined by these binary structures, right? And so anyways, so that model, like, that's a standard formal theoretical
model.
In terms of lenses from outside Western culture, they help a ton, right? And I think that, as you know, for me in particular, and I'm assuming, I don't know who's logged in from where, but like the general context in which most of us are based, we know far less about these examples and they have far less of a voice as they should in our discussions. I mean, in terms of gender in particular, many different cultures have non-binary understandings of gender. And there are probably more non-binary formulations of gender than there are binary ones. And so that's just a really interesting fact to know. I will say, in terms of data practices, one of the lenses that has been most generative has been ideas from indigenous approaches to data sovereignty, which have a lot to do with ownership and protection of with cultural heritage that has been contested over centuries and millennia, right? And in response to essentially colonial practices, a lot of indigenous cultures have developed very, very strong models, and explicitly so, models for how certain forms of knowledge, including data, should be collected, should be shared, both within individual communities as well as with outside communities. And there's increasingly been more communication of some of those protocols from within the communities themselves to outside communities. But that's a space that I think is really important, especially for white Anglo scholars such as myself, to sort of reflect on and hold space for and learn from. And again, there's books on this. There's books. There's a book called Indigenous Data. There's an Indigenous AI working group. There's an Indigenous Protocols working group. There's a couple of active. There's Indigenous Digital Humanities. There's a bunch of different working groups that again are trying to sort of articulate and compile these resources and in turn sort of establish protocols as to when and if they should be shared beyond those communities.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Klein, for joining us today. And thank you all for listening and your thoughtful questions. So if you haven't read Data Feminism, you can find links to read the full book thanks to the MIT libraries, or you can also buy a hard copy from independent bookstores. And you can find out more at datafeminism.io. So we'll now be back in 5 minutes after a quick break. And afterwards, we'll hear from Dr. Judith Donath, and current advisor at Harvard's Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society and a former director of the Sociable Media Group at the MIT Media Lab. See you soon. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I am honored to introduce Dr. Judith Donath. Dr. Judith Donath is a writer, designer, and artist whose work is about the co-evolution of technology and society. She is the author of The Social Machine, Designs for Living Online, and numerous articles about identity, AI, social media, and the future. She was formerly the director of the MIT Media Lab's Socio Media Group and currently an advisor at the Harvard's Berkman Klein Center. She's writing a book about technology, trust, and deception. And we'll hear more about it through her talk. Thank you for joining us, Judith.
Thank you. Hello. So just a quick question. Are you seeing me or my screen right now?
I can only see you right now. I think if you click the share.
Okay, just so I know what you, okay, because it's just not clear here. Okay, thank you. So what I'm going to be talking about today is how deception has played a very central role in both shaping our technologies and how the technologies we invent often inadvertently shape our communication and disrupt the balance that has evolved between honesty and deception. And so what I'd like to start with is, a second. Okay. So the way I'd like to start is to talk a little bit about, sorry, I usually can do this. Sorry about this. I can see my screen, but I cannot advance it, which is a little annoying. Sorry, guys. There we go. We're going good. So I know a lot of you are perhaps too young to remember very clearly the world before Facebook. But if you look even 15 years ago, the way people thought about birthdays was quite different. And in particular, there was a lot of interest around who knew when someone's birthday was and who would greet you. Because once you got beyond the age of cupcakes and parties with balloons, you didn't go around telling everybody what your birthday was. And so the idea of a birthday greeting was something that was actually a fairly intimate piece of information that you would have about another person. And so whether or not somebody greeted you for your birthday was actually a fairly interesting, if not fraught, experience about the status of your relationship and a clue about what kind of person the other was, how important things like that were to them, etc. For instance, it was a meaningful enough piece of information that many sociologists used birthdays, like whether you would send a birthday card to someone or whether you knew their birthday, as a proxy for understanding the closeness of relationships. And in the 1950s, I think it was, 1950s to 60s, in Britain, there was a large sociological survey that looked at how people dealt with and what they thought about birthdays. And the interviews from it are fascinating in their discussion about how much emotional energy was concentrated in this notion of birthdays, both whether, if someone who was supposed to remember your birthday forgot, did this mean that they didn't really care about you anymore? Or did it mean that they were just being selfish? What was the matter? There was concern over people sending you a greeting card or saying happy birthday who you didn't think was appropriate from, because it had this sense of intimacy and, who were they to say something quite that personal to you? So when Facebook came along, birthdays were part of the display of one's profile from the very beginning. And within a few years, the interface, the changing Facebook interface, gave them more and more space. And the current interface, which tends to still change quite a bit, and but on many devices, it turns out it's quite different on certain interfaces, but on many devices, it's one of the most prominent things you see is a list of all the birthdays of the people that you know. And this bit of interface change in a popular software has changed this sort of mundane but emotionally resonant bit of our culture quite significantly. Because for one, it no longer signifies any kind of special knowledge about a person that you know when their birthday is. And it also has changed the way people remember things. So even if you're not on Facebook, even if you said, I've never want to have anything to do with it, it affects you also, because it's likely that many of the people you do know and you do care about are on Facebook and have grown out of the habit of keeping track of birthdays. If you look back at what people did before Facebook, a lot of time, and especially before online calendars that would automatically, if you put something in and said, this is a yearly event, tell you about it every year, there was, for some people, a whole ritual at New Year's of taking their old calendar from the previous year and going through it, writing down, copying down all the birthdays from year to year, and thinking, oh, well, that one was just a colleague and I quit that job and I haven't seen them in 5 years. I'm not going to keep copying it. So that updating kept the intimacy of that information to some extent fresh. So by taking that habit away from people, it means that for the most part, if you are not on Facebook or you've chosen to have your birthday not listed, many people will just forget about it because they have offloaded that effort of memory onto this new technology. Around 2000, and this happened fairly quickly, around 2009, one of my students had made a version of a social interface where instead of writing updates using text, you would make different data. You could just make different data graphs. And here's an example from one woman who was experimenting with an early version of it. And you could map, and you could make a little data graph about anything you wanted. And one of the things she did was she did one about how people found out about my birthday. And 2 actually remembered. 22 learned about it from Facebook. And so, this is a sign of how quickly that the culture around that social ritual changed. It's not a new phenomenon that technologies have changed the meaning of the way that we communicate, or that they do so in a way that people find in some way disturbing. In about 2500 BC, when writing was first developed, people were writing on clay, in cuneiform, on clay tablets, maybe I think about 600 years after the clay tablets started being used for messages, someone came up with the bright idea of putting them in an envelope. And so what you see here is a tablet in the center and the 2 pieces on the side. This is one of the very rare envelopes that has survived, because the way these were used is you would write the message on the clay tablet, and then that would be fired, and then another piece of clay would be wrapped around it, and then that would be fired. And so the recipient, in order to read their message, had to break the envelope. So most of the envelopes got discarded. This is one of the few that remained. What's interesting here too is that in much of the ancient world, the envelope became quite popular because it let you have some privacy in your messaging. If you are sending clay tablet via messenger and no envelope, everyone can read it along the way. What's interesting is that in many of the Greek policies, however, the envelopes were deeply frowned upon as a kind of decadent technology. And there's writings that complain about them, saying you should not be messaging things that aren't open for everybody to read. Basically, if you can't say it to everybody, you shouldn't be saying it at all. And they saw that the envelopes were the envelope was a technology that enabled people to be more deceptive. And in fact, this is an example of a Syrian one that the text actually is about one merchant writing to his brother, I think, that explaining how to avoid taxes by mixing declared and undeclared goods when you get to port, so that they can't tell which ones you didn't declare, and you won't have to pay taxes on them. But the piece there that's interesting with these two elements, when you look at the Facebook one, you're removing a certain cost and effort and making the message less reliable. Here with the issue with the envelope again is again an issue of reliability, is if you add this technology on, you are making, it's not so much as an issue of reliability here, but you are making it unobservable. And what is the relationship between observing and truthfulness? And so it's not just communication technologies that have some kind of effect on the way that we, on that kind of balance between honesty and deception, because a lot of our communication isn't direct, words communicating an idea from one person to another. It's not just messaging, it's not just words, but a great deal of our communication is also simply in the ways that we present ourselves to the world, how we want to shape other people's impressions of us, and how we gather impressions about others. And so one of the things that's not surprising is that some of the most ancient technologies that we know of, ancient innovations, are things that changed people's appearance. There's, because some of the earliest such thing are cosmetics, red ochre cosmetics that changed skin tone, etc. And so today we live in a world where we have something like a $40 billion a year cosmetics industry, which is essentially an industry that's about appearing to the world in some way other than you would without the addition of some technological change. And what I want to look at here is some of the interesting things in the history of tanning. As you probably know, I think this is an often told story in cultural history, is in the times before the Industrial Revolution, when a lot of work was carried out in the fields and outdoors, the wealthy elite had a strong preference for being pale, because the people who had to work for a living, the laborers, were out in the fields. And so if you were browned from the sun, it was a sign that you had to work at farm labor or other types of outdoor work. The only people who were really able to keep their skin very pale were the wealthy and the elite who could afford to stay indoors. During the Industrial Revolution, this fashion shifted, because as more and more people who had non-elite jobs ended up working in factories, and the wealthier were able to spend time outdoors pursuing leisure pursuits, the opposite happened. And so as more and more people who were poorer looked pale, it started to become fashionable for the wealthy, this is in the early 20th century, to tan. And so you could look at tanning, or how you manipulate skin color in this way, but looking at tanning here was a way of signaling that you were spending time outdoors pursuing these leisure pursuits that were only available because of their expense, both in time and money, to the well-off. And so what's interesting about that here is that what we then developed were a series of technologies that let people mimic the appearance of having had a great deal of leisure and a lovely time outside in the beach or the tennis court, but without actually having engaged in that leisure. And so we invented, for instance, as you see here, tanning booths. And we could do a whole hour lecture on the culture and politics of tanning here. What's interesting about this picture in particular is that this one comes from an article about skin cancer, which you are still susceptible to if you use a tanning bed. So what we're seeing here is the desire to appear in a way that looks as if you have had a wonderful vacation-like time, though you hadn't, which now it turns out we know is risky in terms of skin cancer, but that many people are still willing to do that in that pursuit of that look, even without the actual experience. Or at a more safe version of it, we have a growing industry of self-tanning and bronzers. And again, here, what's interesting here is certainly it's not as dangerous as the tanning, but that this is a purely a cosmetic level. There are people who say that the psychological benefits of being in the sun, they still feel that they get from the tanning booth. Here with a bronzer, you're safer, but clearly it is nothing like the experience of being in the sun. But it's still about saying that you both want to present yourself this way, but for a lot of people who prefer looking tan, it's not only that they feel that other people they will look better to others, but often say that they feel much more confident, that they feel somewhat as if they had that vacation, even if they've been actually working. But that giving that appearance off and be able to look at themselves and say, oh my God, I look so tan, actually brings some of that sensation of having that experience. So here the deception, and I want to be clear that I'm not always using it in a pejorative sense. It's really in the sense of a presentation of self that is at odds with reality. And we will leave for a later discussion the ethics at different times of deception is also a form of self-deception or of boosting your own way of seeing yourself through this. And so the work that I'm doing now, the book that I'm working on, uses what I'm calling the belief model of trying to understand communication, to look at these phenomena such as these, where we see that technology has a certain effect on how we communicate, making it more or less reliable. And this work is based on a theory that comes out of theoretical biology called costly signaling theory. And the basis of that theory is actually quite simple. What it says is a form of communication. So it could be, you could say a signal is that tan. It could be the birthday greeting. It could be a lot of things. It could be the clothes that you're wearing. It could be hairstyle. It could be your accent. It could be many, many things that are used to present yourself in some way. But that those signals are reliable if they are affordable to give honestly, and they are too costly, prohibitively costly, whether it's in time or effort or simply cannot be done deceptively. And in this sense, again, deceptive is just simply saying that there's some underlying meaning or for instance, or some underlying characteristic. And without that characteristic, that signal cannot be given. What the belief model that I've been working on does is expands this from the animal world that theoretical biology was focused on to looking not just on costs within the signal itself, but on a whole set of institutions and technologies that also impose these costs and benefits and affect that equation. So in the animal world, for instance, one of the sort of classic examples of a reliable signal are antlers on moose. And a couple of things that are interesting about this. One is that for quite a long time, until mid 20th century, people assumed that antlers were weapons. And Darwin wrote a couple of letters to some of the colleagues he talked with about issues in evolutionary theory that he found difficult or puzzling. And one of the things that had disturbed him throughout his life, and he never quite came to a satisfactory conclusion about this, were antlers, because they're actually terrible weapons. You don't see it so much in this picture, but on many antlers, antlers are any of these bony growths that grow on anything in the deer family. They're shed every year. They regrow very fast in a single season. They take a huge amount of the animal's metabolism to grow this and to carry it. But then we look at it, a lot of times the tines are facing in the wrong direction to fight with. There's not really a good reason why you'd want something big and broad like this as opposed to sharp and pointy like a horn is. And so it was a real puzzle to him. Why had all these antlers evolved to be such awful weapons when other animals had very sharp horns that really functioned as weapons? And what it turns out is that antlers, as they exist in not just the modern animals, but in the evolution of the antlers out of horns, is that they're not really at heart weapons at all. They're communication devices, and their role is really to prevent fighting, not to engage in it better. Because for the moose, what happens is young moose, when they're adolescents, don't really know how to use these, and they have little battles with each other. What they learn over time is that they can just look at each other and be able to tell who is going to win this fight by the antlers. And what the way that the underlying biology of the antler is that it essentially exaggerates the metabolic fitness of the animal that's bearing it, so that even more than looking at the moose's body, the antlers give a pretty reliable snapshot of how powerful and strong that particular animal is going to be. And it's very important that they be reliable, because a lot of what moose are fighting over are access to territory and mates. And in the world of moose, only a few of the winners in a particular area actually get to mate at all. And so if you're going to not actually fight, but just go by what the other one is effectively claiming about themselves with their antlers, it better not be something they can fake. Because if you look at them and you think, okay, you are bigger than I am, I'm just going to give up this territory, give up any possibility of reproduction, at least this year, if not forever, and I'm just going to go away, thank you very much. It better not be, because the other one figured out a way to fake looking bigger. And so the whole underlying anatomy of how they work keeps them very reliable. And so what we want to look at in terms of understanding technologies are what are the things in human communication that have this type of structure where something is reliable because it cannot be produced without having some of the underlying knowledge or qualities, etc., that is being demonstrated. Particularly in the human world, we tend to be very, very ingenious. And there are very few things that are completely reliable. And so a lot of what's interesting is seeing how these in-between spaces work, how we add on other costs through other institutions. There's a book on the sort of core text on signaling theory is by a biologist named Maynard Smith and his colleague Harper. And they have a line in it that talks about tigers and tiger signaling. Now, some signals are reliable that aren't costly, just they cannot be given without having the quality. And so they're talking about how tigers signal how big they are because they mark their territory by scratching trees. And a big tiger can scratch higher up than a little tiger can. And so the tigers, as they go around the territory and they can see the marks on the trees by the ones that are claiming particular territory, those marks also give them a sense of how big the tiger who's claiming that territory is. And the book has this little throwaway line that says, well, if tigers learned how to stand on boxes, this would no longer be a reliable signal. And so you can see in the human world that we are very good at things like standing on boxes. We have things like cubic zirconia and elevator shoes and rental luxury cars and all kinds of things make it easy to fake all kinds of signaling. But on top of that, we also have a number of other institutions and technologies that add in different costs, et cetera. And so a lot of what I'm interested in is what is this sort of full complexity of the ways that we create a balance that, at least even though it is not perfect, leaves our communication still honest enough to function, and then look at the ways that particular technologies come in and disrupt them. And so, for instance, the Facebook birthday one, in this model, we could say that the traditional birthday greeting, because of the social conventions around, for instance, not walking around with a sign saying, my birthday is January 1st or something, the social conventions meant that this information was something that only actual intimates tended to be privy to. Obviously, it's not perfectly reliable. Some people, talk about these things a lot. Some communities might have a habit of some companies would post, employees' birthdays, but it had a certain general reliability to it that Facebook upended. And if we look at the way that happened, part of it initially was the sense that was a piece of information that people wanted to have about their friends. And it was really a pain to keep track of it. And that one of the things that Facebook would do as a service to entice people was make sure everyone knew this information and make it easier. And so one of the large scale patterns we see when looking at technologies through this lens is that a lot of technology is invented to make things more efficient. That people look at something and say, well, this is effortful, I'm going to make it easier. And sometimes the effort is just effort and making it easier is great. But a lot of times there are costs and efforts. Things are difficult to do. Things take energy, they take work, they take special knowledge, and that those costs are not purely wasteful, but they are actually costs that have real function and value in the world of communication, and that they're signaling costs that in some way had helped to guarantee the reliability of some kind of message. And when a technology is invented that, whether deliberately or inadvertently, makes that effort much less, that whatever signal had used that cost is now less meaningful. And another, so part of that, the ways that technologies change the balance between and change how we communicate, though, is that it's not in the animal world, and where theoretical biology was looking, they were looking purely at costs that were in the signal itself. In the human world, and to some extent in the world of all social animals, there's a lot of costs that get added in by the community as a whole. And that's, if we look back at that example of the envelopes and how the Greeks and the Assyrians saw them differently, that part of it was how you value the cost of the observation, the surveillance of the community in maintaining reliability. And to some extent, the issues that were raised back then by those clay envelopes are things that are still controversial today. If you look at, there's a tremendous amount of controversy around all different kinds of encryption technologies and the question about who should be privy to what you are writing to other people privately. The question of should the government be able to see to have a backdoor into any kind of encryption technology. So if they're suspicious, you're sending messages for reasons that they find unacceptable, that they can read this, that, the sense that that there should be serious limits on how private communication should be. And this is still tremendous, as controversial as it was in the days of the Greeks and the Assyrians. And again, but looking at this through that lens of the cost that ensure reliability, a tremendous amount of what we do of our communication is not in itself particularly costly, but we've developed all of these enveloping institutions of both sanctioning, punishment that we assume happens if people are not being in some way truthful, and also spaces of trust that we maintain through signals of what our affiliations are, what groups we are, what particular relationships, what our relationships are. And so within that, the world of surveillance, in a very general sense, is part of what allows us to have the sort of safety of spaces in which we can believe that what others are saying or presenting themselves have at least a reasonable chance of being true. Part of it is because of the surveillance of the community. And we've seen this played out in some very vivid ways. I think until the development of the internet, it was pretty hard for people to really imagine what communication would be like in a world without that sort of social surveillance, because at some level it's kind of always there as long as you are somewhat identified. We live now in an era where we're seeing what anonymous communication is like and a lot of the problems that come with it. There's certainly freedoms that anonymity brings, particularly if you are in a repressive environment. If that community and its surveillance, the state that's around you, is highly antagonistic, anonymity, a realm without that surveillance, is a great freedom. Whether we see this as a good space or a bad space has a lot to do with how we value the ethics, both of the people who are at odds with that surrounding state or community, and what the ethics of that community are. If we are looking at, a horribly repressive government that's cracking down on any kind of dissidence and is very authoritarian, we may celebrate the freedom that anonymity brings to dissidents within it. If the dissidents are criminal enterprises operating within a benevolent government that's trying to protect its citizens from those criminals, we may feel less celebratory about the freedom that anonymity brings them. But those are pieces of the question of how the technologies of surveillance start to shift the costs in various ways around reliability of communication. And one of the things that I didn't mention, I forgot to mention in the Facebook discussion, was, as Facebook developed its kind of new culture of announcing everybody's birthdays, it didn't have the effect simply of devaluing the meaning of that particular communication. It established a lot of new rituals which were and are in their way more relevant for the type of social group that Facebook represents. The sort of intimate signal of the birthday is in some ways a ritual that is meant for the world of strong ties and small groups where you have like a finite set of intimates, close friends and family that you have those rituals within. The world of Facebook is this world of diffuse, weak ties where you know lots and lots of diverse people, and it's lots of them, none of them you know very well, but it's very, very diverse. And that's, arguably a social structure that we're moving much more into in the contemporary world. And so one of the things that the Facebook greetings did for the birthday announcements did for people was it functioned as a icebreaker where you might have 700 friends on Facebook, some of whom you find quite interesting, but you haven't actually had any personal communication with them recently. And it's a little odd to just say, hi, I'm just going to talk to you out of the blue. But one of the things that this kind of, that the birthday announcements gave was sort of a catalyst for letting people send these messages and start up a conversation. So it can be seen as a useful catalyst within a new social structure, but many people still complained that it was particularly meaningless, especially for a while. I think now this has kind of settled down, but for several years, there were a spate of add-ons sort of add-on software that would go through your Facebook friend list and automatically send birthday greetings to everybody on it. And that seems clearly like a sort of meaningless ritual because you're not even seeing it. You have no knowledge of it. It's just going automatically on its own year after year, saying happy birthday to people for you with you having no knowledge of it. And they're getting a greeting from what they don't realize is a machine and not this person. But what I think is interesting here is thinking about the changes in the reliability of a tremendous amount of our communication as we are starting to see a lot more automated communication. So this piece actually fits a little bit more with the surveillance. Let me just go back to the surveillance for a second because it sort of segues from both. One of those issues around surveillance is in terms of what kind of messaging you can give to people. This is a project that was done several years ago by a colleague of mine at Stanford. And when we think about whether we feel that people should be surveilled and what kind of messaging they should give, one of the interesting issues is around political messaging. If you have a world of personalized messaging, a politician can give individual greetings and messages to every single voter he wants to or she wants to impress. And this was an example of the individualization of visual representations. And what Bailenson had showed here was what they did was a slightly morphed the picture. You can see how long ago this is because the candidates he's talking about were Bush and Kerry. But what he did was he morphed a person's face into the face of the political candidate. So what you're seeing in the bottom row is these morphed faces where they mostly resemble the candidate, but they actually have a bit of the subject's face in it. And then looked at how much this affected their sense of trust and liking of the candidates. And it turned out that when there was a subtle increase in the way that a candidate looked more like an individual, their trust in that candidate went up. So it's you can certainly see how particular messaging can be tailored to individuals. And so here, it's another way of thinking about surveillance, because this is, in a way, messaging in that sort of message in an envelope style, where it's one-on-one from the candidate to the voter, whereas in a world without that type of envelope-free messaging, you would have something where they had to give the same message to everybody, and they couldn't give these hyper-tailored pieces. So it's a place, again, where the value of the surveillance in forcing someone to say only things that they would say in public, which can also often seem like a repressive behavior, is actually quite beneficial. So this is going back to that question of automated messaging. And so this is actually from Gmail's own explanation of how their message, their, Google Mail creation assistant works, which I'm sure most of you have seen. But what's interesting here is that we're moving very quickly into a world where a lot of our personal written communication can be automatically written. So here, these are sort of pretty basic messages, but this is something that Gmail will do for you today. There's an increasing number of services that write news articles. A lot of sports articles are automatically written, because you can plug in the score and you can write something that has the feel and the jokes and everything of a handwritten sports piece, but it's completely computer generated. And so here we have a technology that can give you potentially much better writing than you would be producing yourself. But when is this a useful way of assisting you? And when is this a form of deceptive communication? And particularly, from when is it relevant that you didn't write this? Not that you don't approve it, we're assuming you've read it, but that, let's say, you don't have it's not your particular style, or it's written with sort of a kind of grace and flair that your own writing doesn't have. Is that, when is that relevant? When is it not? Is it relevant if you are using this on a dating site? Is it relevant if you are using it to apply for a job? Is it relevant if you're just writing a note to the electric company about something? So there are a growing number of questions around when is something a form of enhancing self-presentation that is an improvement versus a problematic form of inauthenticity. And here, and this is my last slide, and we'll go to questions, but here is where where instead of thinking about this in terms of human communication, if we think about it in terms of communication between robots and people. So this is a project that was done last year at Columbia. And this is work in making robots that mimic your facial expression. And there's a lot of studies in psychology about how a lot of our trust in others, when you meet someone face to face, a lot of our subconscious trust develops through the ways we mimic each other. And if people aren't thinking about what they're doing, and they're not either trained in techniques for making people think you're trustworthy, whether or not you actually are, a lot of this is, you'll see, you can watch some of the people where you can watch, now that you think about it, you can watch this in conversations, is that when people are in agreement, a lot of what they'll do is mirror each other's behavior. They'll mirror each other's gestures. They'll mirror each other's facial expressions. One person raises an eyebrow, the other one does. One person sits back, the other person sits back. And that mirroring is a way of, it both expresses that you are in agreement, and it also adds to your emotional feeling of trust in the other, which creates kind of a feedback loop because it makes you more likely to be agreeable and to be persuaded or be able to persuade the other. To have a machine be able to do this certainly makes people trust the machine more, but it doesn't make the machine more trustworthy. It simply makes people think that it is more trustworthy. And there's a lot of the work in designing social robots is in how to make people feel comfortable about them, how to make people trust them, and looking at the subtleties of interpersonal communication and what makes people sense that another is trustworthy. But when it's a human performing the behaviors that are seen to be trustworthy, in general, it's something that has as its foundation various emotional, affective responses that are rooted in actual trustworthiness. The mimicry of that is not. And so this is, I think, one of the places where these questions around both how we signal trustworthiness, how we understand how this is happening, and where we want to draw the line at what types of technologies we find acceptable. Being able to understand the balance here is very important. So I'm going to stop here and leave the rest of my time for questions.
Hello, thank you so much for your talk and for sharing examples. I really liked kind of about an analogy between the Signal app that I'm sure many people have used to the kind of the Clay tablet, about the discussion about encryption and all the messages should be protected. I want to start the Q&A with, you mentioned kind of research into...
I'm having a little trouble hearing you. I don't know if you can...
Oh, can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll speak a little louder.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, it's also kind of noisy in here and I can't do anything about that. It's air circulation.
Yeah, I was just saying I like the analogy between the Signal app and with the Clay tablets messages, and how similar the discussion around privacy of messages is. I would like to ask you about, you talked about your researching between the costs and benefits posed by the platforms, like these new costs and benefits that is not just about the message, but it extends beyond the message. This also reminds me of media theorists, who owns the medium is the message. That in this case, it's like the value system is also impacted, like our perception of birthday messages. So do you think for us, like you mentioned, even if you don't use Facebook, like the rest of society, because so many people use Facebook, their view of birthday has been changed kind of permanently. So is there even, do you think there are ways for us to impact such a value system when it's imposed by a platform that's perhaps very popular or like powerful?
I mean, in that case, probably not. But I think I think the importance of this type of work is that it's often very hard for people to articulate what they're comfortable or not comfortable about with a technology. So people could say, oh, I really don't like Facebook, or this sort of thing. I don't like, when people have lots of friends, or say this. And I think one of the things that is as certainly a first step is for people to be able to see how it's affecting their communication. So not just this vague sense that things are getting less friendly or something, or things are seeming less authentic, but to really understand how this dynamics of communication functions. And so they can see where that change is happening and why. And I think that's the way to impact the technologies as consumers of them, is to be able to articulate why something is discomforting, or in particular, why you would want something to be more effortful and not to be easier. and to be able to understand that value.
Yeah, thank you. No, I agree that sometimes by using these platforms, it becomes such a norm that we don't think much about what was it like before using the platform. And you also mentioned about kind of the line between like inauthenticity and like deception. And this also kind of reminded me, so I got to know Dr. Donut because I audited a course at the Media Lab about deepfake. And there was a very interesting discussion about there's these very dangerous kind of deepfake imageries and videos, but there's also sometimes people just want to enhance their images. And right now there's also kind of movement by European unions, like certain countries, if you edit a photo, you have to kind of mark that you're edited. So do you think this is, I do want to hear your thoughts on like, what do you think of this kind of policy proposal in some ways of like kind of drawing a very hard line about enhancement and kind of highlighting that?
Well, I think it's a fairly, I mean, I can see why they wanted to pass that policy. I think it's going to be both unenforceable for the most part, and I think it's there, without giving the whole lecture again on deep fakes, you know, I think with that, I think it's important to differentiate between videos and photographs that are meant to be used as evidence, where there's a reason for saying this has been recorded in order to have a record of real events that really happened here. And so I think it makes sense for things like dash cams and police cams and security cams and things like that for journalists to have the ability to be able to mark, this is something, this is the footage I really took and no one can copy this. But a lot of the imagery that we use on a day-to-day basis is not in that type of evidentiary situation. And it may be, I think it's better for us to think about it as sort of technologically assisted illustration. And you know, what one of the things to keep in mind is that we use words. You know, we believe things that other people say, but our words left to themselves are certainly very easy to fake. It's very easy. It's as easy for me to say, hi, I'm an artist and writer and media theorist, as it is for me to say, hi, I'm a medical doctor with a specialty in diseases of the lungs. But the fact that I can say that easily doesn't mean I should be allowed to operate on anybody. And yet even though our language is easily fakeable, for the most part, we can use it very well to communicate because we communicate within a world of those surrounding norms. And that sort of, as I was speaking about earlier, about the sort of social surveillances and a whole set of institutions and habits and mores, many of which we don't even notice, that let us communicate using a medium, our words, which is inherently not reliable at all. And when you read the newspaper, all those words could have been faked very easily. So what we need to do is recognize that a large extent of imagery has that same relationship to the truth. It's a little bit weighted because it's a little easier to have a photograph that's real, but that there's lots of photographs that are heavily faked, and that our belief in them cannot stem from simply the fact that they're a photograph. It has to stem from that sort of whole situated context that lets us actually use our unreliable words.
Thank you. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. And we also have an audience question.
Okay.
Asked, how important is it to preserve these values, that perception of closeness before, after the emergence of social media? How can we differentiate culture changes because of technology versus just time?
That's a really good question. So cultural change happens for a lot of reasons. It's probably not just time, but yes, there's technologies, there's population growth, there's all kinds of things that change our culture. So here that question of like how important it is to maintain it isn't something where there's a straightforward answer, but part of what this does is it maybe helps us answer that, at least for ourselves or for a particular community. In terms of Facebook, for instance, I think it is this really interesting change as we are moving into a world where weak ties do seem to be becoming more prevalent. People have more of them. They are, and a lot of stronger ties are disappearing. The technology of something like Facebook, which is often blamed for it, I think it's probably more of a symptom of it than the actual root cause. Because if you look at the surrounding world, 150 years ago, you really needed a set of very, very strong ties to get almost anything done. You would have to, especially like if you were living in the countryside, if you wanted any repairs done in your house, in many places, if you wanted your house to be built, if you wanted your harvest to be taken in, etc., you relied on a network of close ties to do those things. As we've developed into an increasingly market-based society, we buy all those things as services. We no longer rely on maintaining close ties that will do all these things with us. But in much of the world, we can survive without, we might not be happy, but we can survive without any ties as long as you have money. You pay for your apartment, you can pay for food, you pay for all kinds of things. And so Facebook, which helps enable us to keep track of large numbers of weak ties, I don't think is the thing that made the world of close ties disappear. It's more that in this world of decreasing need for close ties and in a world where access to information is more and more important, I think its success reflects that. It didn't cause it.
Sorry. Thank you so much for the talk and for the Q&A, and thank you all for attending and asking questions. So we'll now take a break. Thank you again, Dr. Judith, for joining us.
Great, thank you. This was great. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. And we'll be back in 3 minutes with Dr. Meredith Whittaker, co-founder and faculty director of the AI Now Institute and Minder Research Professor at NYU. So we'll see you very shortly.
Hello, everyone. I'm Izzy. I'm one of the organizers for this year's Impact Summit, and welcome back to the event. Coming up right now, we'll be talking with Professor Meredith Whittaker, the Minderoo Research Professor at NYU, founder of Google's Open Research Group, and the co-founder and faculty director of the AI Now Institute. We'll be talking about her experience leading labor organizing in big tech and her research on the social implications of artificial intelligence. Then we'll reserve time at the end for audience Q&A. So if you'd like to discuss anything else, take it away. As in, send your questions in the chat and we'll direct them to Meredith. So welcome, Professor Whittaker. I am adding you to the stream now. Thank you for taking the time to be here.
I'm happy to be here. Happy to talk with you all. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I'd like to start off our conversation with a rapid fire round of a few fun questions. I borrowed this idea from one of my professors, so thank you, Professor Waldman. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. What is your favorite app on your phone right now?
Probably Signal. It's the one that gets
a good answer.
Yeah.
Are you a morning bird or a night owl?
Oh, it depends. It depends. Somewhere between.
Nice. And then outside of your professional research areas in AI development, privacy, power in the tech world, what could you give a 20-minute presentation on with absolutely no preparation?
I've done a lot of reading on a lot of scholarly reading on the history of what we call modern postural yoga. So understanding what it is that we're doing when we do the shapes and the poses in a Western studio with a rubber mat. So I could probably talk for 20 minutes about that.
That is a really cool answer. Next question, what's one thing you're grateful for right now?
Oh, my privilege overflows. I'm working from home. I don't have COVID. I don't have duties of care that are making it more difficult for me to work than regular COVID already is. So I think I'm grateful for a lot.
Absolutely. And then to finish up, what's your favorite midnight snack?
Oh, like maybe a date, like take one of those big dates and then put some coconut oil in it after you take out the seed and like put some flaky salt on it. And it's sort of like, it's like a hippie treat.
Perfect. That's awesome. Love it. Cool. So let's get into it. I want to kick off our conversation by talking a little bit about labor organizing in the tech industry. Meredith, you were a central organizer of the 2018 Google walkout, in which tens of thousands of Google employees left work in protest of company policies on sexual harassment, misconduct, lack of transparency. And we'll talk about this more in a moment. But first, I want to take a step back. So we can think of organized labor like walkouts, unionization, open letters, and government regulation as two major counterbalances to corporate power. Then without counterbalances, unethical business models will develop unchecked. I'm wondering, in 2021, are you more hopeful about organized labor or government regulation reigning in big tech, or is it not quite that simple?
That's a good question. And I think, of course, nothing is as simple as a binary in a world as complex as ours. I think my answer is that we don't have a chance for good regulation without organized labor and robust social movements, which are able to push regulators, policymakers, and lawmakers to enact the types of regulations that would actually check these companies' powers. I think we have to keep in mind that regulation gets passed on tech all the time, but oftentimes that regulation is written by the tech companies. Their lobbying spending exceeds lobbying for big oil. They spend the most as an industry on government lobbying of any other, right? And we've seen kind of campaign finance laws and other laws that would sort of check the power of concentrated corporate interests in sort of shaping our government. We've seen those eroded over the past couple decades. So I think we really have to take a kind of realpolitik look at who actually has levers around power, who is writing this regulations, who are sort of what are the front groups that are fighting meaningful accountability and regulations, and recognize that we don't have many moments in history where regulatory or legal or policy interventions happened without significant and often very disruptive organized pressure coming from labor and coming from social movements that, of course, involved laborers insofar as most people need to work, but may have sort of focused attention on sort of broader issues and broader harms. So I am hopeful that we're seeing both of those things right now. We have a re-energized FTC with an extraordinary new chair that seems, positioned to think more capaciously about the powers of that agency over big tech and to sort of re-examine some of the givens that that were, kind of considered common sense during the Obama era when tech was very popular. And I think we have just a much sharper public discourse around the harms of tech and around, that is more capable of checking some of the tech mystification that was, again, seen as common sense for, the last few decades.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I like your note on taking a historical perspective. And, we've kind of seen organizing catalyzed regulation in the past, and we can be hopeful that will come out of like our work in 2021.
I mean, Cory Bush on the steps of Congress around the eviction moratoria, right? Like there was a direct correlation. They had gone home. Kristen Sinema's like, I'm on vacation, right? And then, Biden had said, we're not going to extend the moratoria. And what was it, 48 hours, 24 hours later, it's like, oh, well, maybe the CDC needs to do something, right? So it's like, I think a lot of the history that is sort of written by those empowered does a lot of work to cover up how influential organized movements are and how successful disruption is in sort of pushing these agendas, right? That's not a tool that they want us to have in our toolbox, so to speak.
Right. Well put. Cool. So then running it back, what led you to help organize the Google walkouts and to eventually leave the company?
Yeah, so a little bit of context there. I had been at the company for years. So I started at Google in 2006, right out of college. So that was my career. I spent my youth in the tech industry, and particularly in this like extremely odd and powerful company in the tech industry, sort of like living through its growth and ascent. So I was, before the Google walkout, I was involved in labor organizing for some time. And it was, these were sort of experimental, these were experiments, right? Like, can we do this? Can, is it possible to unionize tech? Can we just do something small and see if it works, right? It was not designed on sort of a Gantt chart to have tens of thousands of folks walking out, but it was, for me at least, and I will, of course, there's no such thing as sort of like an organized movement where there's like one person leading it. That's not how it works, right? There were like thousands of leaders, and I happened to be somebody who was sort of, honored to be among them. I had been researching and arguing and kind of presenting a case around, sort of the harms of AI, kind of privacy harms more generally. That was my job at the company at that, in 2017, 2018. And I had been very successful. I was celebrated at Google as somebody who, knew these things. I would often take a line that was very much opposed to Google's company line. And, I would, I felt that I was sort of doing that work and having some influence at least. And I look back on that and I think I was naive in some respects, but there was a kind of moment of rupture in 2017 when I learned about a DoD contract with Google. So the Department of Defense had contracted with Google to build machine vision infrastructure for targeting and surveillance for the US drone program. So this was something that was, like crossing a real red line. We can name all of the ways that is, extremely problematic, right? Particularly, for Google workers whose families are in Yemen, say, right? We know that this AI doesn't work. We know it's all trained on human assumptions. We know that the intel is bad. We know that the drone war is illegal, right? Like we could, stack it on top of each other. And, nonetheless, they recognize, like if we're going to meet cloud revenue goals, if we're going to expand, forever and as our model of shareholder capitalism demands, we're going to have to begin signing these contracts. So it became clear to me that this was not a battle of ideas, that I wasn't going to win this because my argument was better, because my argument had been better forever, right? And like obviously that did not affect the the signing ceremony where they brokered this deal. And that was kind of when I was like, I'm not gonna swear on this, but I was like, F this, and we need another approach. And clearly this is a battle of power. So we need to start like contesting power with power. And how do you build power? Well, workers have a very particular leverage under capitalism insofar as they can withdraw their labor, insofar as they can voice dissent, and in tech in particular, engineers and people with a CS background, this sort of elite workers, have significant labor power because there's still kind of a shortage of those skills. So that's I began organizing, and then I kept organizing, because once you start tuning your eyes to these problems, you recognize that racism within the company is interconnected with the racism that is baked into a decision to build weapons for the drone program or for police, right? Those are sort of structurally racist institutions. You recognize that the misogyny that pervades that environment, which is like well known, sort of pervades business decisions that ultimately like harm women and racialized minorities, right? And so it was recognizing that this was built deep into the structure, and that we really needed this muscle, not just to sort of kill one contract with the DoD, but to check the overwhelming power of these companies and their clear willingness to perpetuate, misogynist, white supremacist structures and cultures and business practices.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's another wonderful answer. So you mentioned the labor power of like tech workers, engineers, designers. So for people who might be like less familiar with this conversation, the thought of like unions in the tech industry can seem counterintuitive to someone looking at like the non-manual salaried workers doing engineering, design, and product work with lots of benefits. It's kind of like an ambiguous class position. So can you speak a little bit to what role unions can play when they're not necessarily advocating for like more overtime or higher salaries for their members?
Yeah, no, that is a great question. And it's one I actually did a lot of like kind of reading and research just to get my mind around during this process. I think there are sort of two conjoined answers to that question. And one is that you have to go back, close to 100 years, and beyond, to begin to see these sort of forms of unionism that aren't totally focused on sort of, getting a contract and increasing wages and benefits and security, right? That aren't just sort of focused on the workplace and the, conditions of workers in a fairly narrow sense. So there is a long history of, social justice focused unionism, that took on broader political issues and sort of used labor power to, fight for those issues, right? Because of course, if, let's say the entire tech sector goes on strike, right, that can, certainly encourage tech executives to push for changes that might not be sort of just in the silo of their company. So that's, that is a form of labor organization and unionization that has existed for a long time, and that for a number of reasons, which are actually, I would encourage folks who are interested in this to sort of get into some of these histories, but it was around sort of World War II and the Red Scare, which was sort of, chased a lot of communists out of the labor movement and a lot of militants out of the labor movement, that you begin to see this sort of bargain between management and labor, in which labor says, okay, we're just going to focus on the contract and the workplace conditions, and we're going to give up sort of claims to, we're going to sign no strike clauses. So we sort of give up access to our most powerful tool, and we're going to give up claims to sort of more capacious visions for what worker power might look like, such as sort of owning the means of production or having control over the types of work that we do, not simply control over sort of the quantity of work, but it's dictated from management. And so I think a lot of the tech worker organizing is a return to this, broader and, to me, much more exciting vision of unionism, where we're like, okay, we have this power, how do we use it, right? How do we kind of unshackle ourselves from some of the constraints that happened after the war, and that were then like the nail in the coffin during Reagan and neoliberalism? There's another answer in which I think, you know, we do have to expand this definition of tech worker, right? When we think about, you know, for every, you know, engineer with equity and, you know, a six-figure salary and, you know, a snack kitchen, we have, you know, tens, hundreds of people doing data laboring. We have, you know, the gig workers who labor under the sort of, you know, algorithmic boss on their app. We have a lot of, you know, we have a lot of other people who are implicated in that, you know, kind of economic system who are not usually thought of under that label. And so the most exciting movements I'm seeing are those that are sort of linking those coalitions in solidarity. And I would point to the Alphabet Workers Union, which is sort of a wall-to-wall union that includes contractors and full-time workers. I would point to some of the Tech Workers for Tech Workers movement, which is sort of calling on privileged workers to support organizing by workers like rideshare drivers or Amazon Turk workers who, you know, who do the work that enables the sort of privilege of the elite workers, but who are often not included in that frame.
Cool. Yeah, I think that was a really strong overview, and there's obviously so much going on in this space. We saw the New York Times Tech Guild walk out yesterday. So yeah,
so
lots
cool.
going on.
Like they were just like, you are not narrowing our bargaining unit, right? Like I'm so happy to see, like, people are getting so smart about this, and like they just, yeah, anyway, just a big round of applause for them.
Yeah. So you just said people are getting so smart about this. I'm curious, has your perspective on this changed after moving away from working in big tech, just on like the like worker power in general, like all the stuff that we talked about? Once you kind of took yourself out of that space, moved into academia, has like your perspective shifted at all?
Yeah, I think my perspective shifts all the time because I'm always like
Fair.
trying to learn stuff, and it's always like, you know, getting changed by new information and like just the dynamism of this moment, right? I don't know that there was like a sea change from, you know, from big tech to academia, because I was working in academia while I was at big tech as well. So I had this sort of dual affiliation, which is, you know, that's a whole other story.
Sure.
But I think that, you know, I think I have grown to see this as sort of like more and more fundamental. And, you know, for me, I think we're at a, you know, we're kind of at a moment of crisis, like an inflection point, right? We're not just talking about tech, we're talking about, you know, fundamental structural changes in the way that we organize human life. You know, the IPCC report came out, right, which was sort of just a blaring warning about the climate crisis. And, you know, the same drivers that are propelling this sort of, you know, technologies of extraction and social control are the same drivers that are sort of, you know, the same fundamental logics of, you know, we need corporate, you know, kind of, we need growth and profits growing exponentially forever, right? Like this is an extractive mindset. So I don't want to sound too, I guess it's a strange moment to be in, to feel like this sounds hyperbolic. And yet when you read this report and when you kind of look around at this, you know, changes that would need to be made at, you know, the minimum viable changes, right? We are looking at like, you know, kind of revolutionary overhaul of how we are doing things as, you know, organized human life. And that will, you know, that's not going to come from the top. So I think like my commitment to these movements and my commitment to like figuring out ways of working together and organizing together and building power that can counter these, you know, these entrenched forms of organizing our lives has only grown.
Absolutely. Cool. So to shift away from the existential terror of talking about the IPCC report, I'd love to talk a little bit about the AI Now Institute at NYU. So my first question is, what was the impetus for founding the AI Now Institute?
Yeah, I mean, this was a while ago now, but I think so. One of my backgrounds, or one of the things I worked on for a long time, and so part of my background was in building large-scale network measurement systems. So these were infrastructures that could, you know, could reliably claim to collect open data on, how the internet works, right? And I don't, for those of you studying networking, this is like, like TCP throughput, right? And, like what's the round trip time of a packet between sort of a, one of our instrumented servers and a client device crossing a number of different interconnection points, right? This is kind of real low level in the weeds stuff, but it was also like extremely politically relevant information, right? So like owning that information made you like own the discourse, right? Owning the methodology by which these measurements were sort of created and by which the data was constructed and by which that meaning was constructed meant that you really you were in a politically advantageous position at a time when things like net neutrality were being litigated based on data like this. So I was running the system. So I was doing everything from like discussing, the fact that we need to like change our Linux operating system to the next version, and changing to the next version would shift the way that like TCP info was collected, right? Like that lowest of the low level, like, oh, we got to get to like a Linux kernel maintainer and like ask like some old dude, right? To being in like the room at the FCC, which is sort of, regulates kind of network policy in the US, and arguing that like methodologically our sort of approach was better, contrary to the approach that was being taken by like Comcast, right? So this is a long story to say, like, I had a real background in like the politics of data and the contingencies of like constructing data. The fact that it's always partial, it's always subjective, it's like always just a bunch of choices strung together with duct tape, and you're like trying, like you're hoping it can serve as a proxy for our world, but who knows? So then AI came along, and like machine learning, we used to call it machine learning, and then they rebranded it AI. But suddenly everyone was like doing AI. Everyone in the company was like taking these boot camps to like, train a model. And it seemed like any skepticism about data or its problems was like left by the wayside. And there, like it was just like, we take whatever data, we scrape Reddit, right? We do whatever, and we're gonna like build these models, and then by some mystical transitive property, these models will be capable of like, making decisions that are better than humans, of, solving cancer, of like, educating everyone, whatever it was, these sort of ideological arguments. And anyway, I became really worried about this because what I was seeing was like very dangerous. It felt very dangerous. It felt like really speculative and really hype filled. And I did not see a counterbalance outside of these tech companies that was like asking questions about like, what does it mean to be deploying these on people right now? Right? Like, what does it mean? Like, how do we study them? How do we like govern them? And this is, this is around the time, like, if you walked into a room full of engineers and you said like, data could be biased, they'd all like jump out of your seats and say like, no, it's math, right? So it was a different time, and this discourse had not pervaded. So in short, AI now was like, I helped found it with the hope that we could sort of augur a much more responsible and much more sort of, material conversation about what these technologies were and, what we should do about them that would be accessible to the public and not just sort of engineers inside these companies.
Cool. So on the topic of accessibility to public, sort of, here at Impact Labs, we get really excited about interdisciplinary work in the tech field. What are some of the non-technical disciplines that inform the work of the AI Now Institute?
Oh, I mean, we are much more interested in those disciplines. Honestly, like it, I think a lot of those are, those are what brings sort of richness to the debate. So we work with a number, we work with a lot of lawyers, like what is legal analysis? How do we understand this? I think, we have a labor sociologist who's one of our postdocs who's working on kind of understanding, particularly Amazon and the kind of warehouses and supply chains. And that, that's much more interesting than like, what is Amazon technically? We have, we have people who come out of media studies. We work a lot, or, try to work a lot with, kind of the communities affected by these technologies, who often have the most precise expertise on like how do they actually work, right? Because it's not a marketing brochure that was written in Mountain View, right? It was like, this is what happens when, say, your landlord tries to deploy facial recognition as an entry system or what have you. So, I think we certainly need to elevate the expertise of the people who live under these systems, because most of the people building them, and even most of the people in sort of the ivory tower like myself, don't have that experience and often are sort of hypothesizing based on a privileged lived experience. I think that there's a lot of people coming out of the abolitionist movement, the prison abolitionist movement, the police abolitionist movement, who've really informed thinking on these issues. Like, can these techniques be reformed? Can you de-bias AI if AI is a product of concentrated power that serves concentrated power, right? Like really staging different questions around AI. I could go on. I could really list almost every discipline, which is what happens when you have a kind of a general purpose technology that is then threaded through every domain, right? Like we need everyone thinking about this because it's touching so many disparate parts of life. And the type of analytics we really need to come from people who sort of focused on these different pockets. There's no kind of like multi-tool of one size fits all analysis that is going to lead us to the right conclusions.
Yeah, for sure. I think for us as students, that kind of ties into the whole, we're really figuring out how to teach data science in general when it's mostly useful in terms of its applications in different domains. And it's kind of what is studying data science in isolation without studying where your work is going to be used. Yeah. So yeah, super interesting for those of us at Impact Labs. Are there any particular projects at the AI Now Institute right now that you're super excited about?
I think there's a lot that I'm excited about. I think one project that I've been focusing on recently is a project kind of we're calling it Global Narratives in AI. And this is a project with Amba Kak, who is our Director of Global Policy, and Shazida Ahmed, who's a visiting scholar who brings sort of expertise in sort of Chinese tech analysis, and Nantina Baganzas, who is a labor sociologist. So we're looking at, and Lucy Suchman, who's also working with us on it, who was one of the founders of human-computer interaction and has a lot of experience here. But essentially, we're looking at the way in which the narrative around the U.S. and China being in a new Cold War over AI has been sort of constructed, and what is the political work that narrative has done? Where is that narrative sort of based on fact and reality, and where are we seeing it sort of mythologized, and who are the actors who are promulgating that narrative? So, part of the background here is that we have, the idea that the US and China are in an AI arms race is being used by tech companies and tech executives to argue that the tech industry is too strategically significant to US national security interests to be regulated. Right, so you have things like the National Security Commission on AI and a lot of lobbying going on in DC, where kind of tech executives are making recommendations to strengthen the U.S. AI sector. Most of these recommendations sort of amount to sort of subsidizing the industry. At the same time, they're sort of using the excuse that we will lose to China to push back on legislation or policy initiatives that would, in any way kind of redistribute the power of these companies or check their ability to deploy these technologies. So it's, I described sort of a complex interwoven nexus, but I think there's a number of questions that all sort of link to how do we better understand what's going on here? How do we make sure we have our own knowledge so that we can push back on mythologies and hyperbole? And then how do we meaningfully push for accountability and the type of interventions that we need in a climate that is sort of being instrumented around these sort of great power conflict and sort of the fear-based response that elicits.
Oh, yeah, that's so interesting. I'm sure a bunch of us will be looking forward to learning more about the output from this work.
You can there's a Medium, a blog post series on our Medium around kind of China discourses. So we have, I think, 3 posts up now from different scholars, and we should be publishing more soon. So you can check out, get a little flavor of it there.
Yeah, we can try to link that in the video notes with this recording. Cool. So just a few more questions before maybe going to the audience, letting you go soon. But just to get a little bit more into the nitty-gritty with some of the research you've done in the past, can you explain the term and phenomenon of ethics washing by corporations?
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of a play on a term like greenwashing, right? Where you say, in the environmental context, you'd be like, I don't know, there was this, that brand Planet. It's like a kind of eco brand. They had these like cardboard box shaped laundry detergent containers, but then you like open it up and there's a big plastic bag in there, right? Like that's a really good example. Yeah, I think that's where I saw it too. But like a really good example of like acting like you're green when you're not, because it gives you good PR, because it, hopefully shields you from regulatory scrutiny, and because, it allows you to say like we solved the problem without solving it, right? It's the same, ethics washing is sort of the same principle, right? It's like we, stand up, we commit to ethics principles that are completely self-enforced, where there's absolutely no outside scrutiny. And so, Google and Microsoft and other companies, they're like AI principles, right? And then it's like, okay, but then like 2 weeks later, a FOIA request reveals that you're selling like, ethnicity detection software to Israel, right? Like, doesn't look like they have much teeth, right? I think there's sort of other forms of it where you sponsor I would call it like elevating your weakest critics. So trying to sort of like, make it appear that there is a robust debate where all sides are being heard and you're carefully listening, but really you're sort of including the people whose critique and whose remediation, whose suggestions for like how to address these problems align with your own agendas. And so there's a lot like astroturfing is something that kind of goes alongside greenwashing. And well, astroturfing is a term that means, setting up fake grassroots organizations so it can appear that there's public support or outside support for your agenda. In this case, I think it means kind of like funding very safe kind of AI ethics initiatives or academics or others who will take a position that, assumes that the tech industry as it is now, it just exists as a given. We can't disturb their power, assumes that AI proliferation is inevitable. And so that, the challenges with that frame is then like, how do we live life with these two things, kind of without perturbing these two things, right? How do we deal with misinformation without, interrupting Facebook's business model, right? How do we deal with bias without looking at the sort of structural racism that is encoded in who gets to use AI versus who AI is used on, et cetera, et cetera. So like, how do we erase the bigger structural issues that might actually undermine the power of these companies and sort of, very much stage the frame as a kind of narrow set of questions that let us say we're dealing with ethics while actually not actually, really risking much.
Yeah, kind of like that critic that won't really push you very far.
Yeah.
That's super interesting.
Do better, yeah.
Okay, cool. I think I'm gonna ask one more kind of longer question before moving on to audience. In an interview with Kara Swisher for Recode Decode, Kara asked you what the benefits of AI were in your view. And you made a great point in your response that it depends on how benefits are measured. And there's a reason to be cautious about systems that optimize for a single metric, such as engagement. Can you go into that a little bit more?
Yeah, that was like a good dodge. I'm like appreciative of past me for thinking that. I mean, I think, the fundamental question there is like, who gets to assert that something is beneficial or not, right? And who gets to, who gets to set the objective function or the, standard against which the performance of a given system is measured. And that, for those of you, studying machine learning, you'll kind of get what that is, right? It's like, how do you define the terms of the system such that you can, understand whether it's beneficial or not. And that is not something that can just be sort of, engineered once and then scaled to every context or situation. So I think it's, it is something where we need to really begin looking at, like, one, are these kind of ideologies of scale, the idea that, like, it is better to reach billions of, reach or, potentially subject or surveil or what have you, billions of people than to build sort of more localized versions of, technology that might be constructed with, the participation and leadership of the people who would be using that, right? And I think there is, there's a debate we want to open up around that, right? Is are these principles of scale, which are, again, core to the tech industry business model, are those ever going to be sort of guaranteed beneficial for, people, even if they're beneficial to sort of from a majoritarian perspective, right? Like, who are the people who are continually marginalized or harmed by these things? And how do we move away from a utilitarian perspective that just says, like, well, we have to, we're going to bruise some apples, right? But, ultimately it will be better off for folks. So I think that gets to a very fundamental question of, like, who has the power to define what beneficial is, right? Is it defined as, is beneficial mean that you, like, meet your revenue goals, or does it mean that you're not subjected to racial profiling, right? And, which one is driving the incentives of a given kind of AI development operation? And, right now, all commercial AI, all the AI that, like, touches our lives and makes decisions about us is coming from, commercial interest, right? It's coming from companies. This is not something where, like, nonprofits just, like, deploy an app and then maintain it forever, right? It's very expensive. It's very resource intensive. It's not something that's available. So, the values, the incentives driving those companies are the values and incentives encoded into these systems, are the values and incentives that dictate who gets to use those systems and who they're used on.
We've got a question, but just to quickly follow up on with what you were saying, absolutely right. Like, we don't see nonprofits deploying and maintaining apps that are used at a really large scale. Our next programming tonight at the Impact Summit is mostly related to civic technology. So yeah, kind of curious, like, do you think we could see some of our internet usage kind of shifting to products that are maintained in the public sector? Is that something to be really wary of? Just kind of in short, like, at a high level, do you have any thoughts on, like, what role government technology could play in what you were just talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is tricky because we got to be real. The platforms, the infrastructures, right? Like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, et cetera, like, those are owned by the big tech companies. So even governments are running on those servers, right? So there is, like, when we're talking about power, right? And it's not just the infrastructures, it's like, the APIs, the tooling, like the interfaces that we're sort of habituated to are like, they are controlled ultimately by these companies. So we do not see kind of civic tech that, like, we're all running our own servers and it's an actual alternative, right? It's building something else on top. And what it means to build something else on top is to continually maintain it to standards we don't control. So, like, I'm holding up my phone for those of you who aren't watching this, but, I have an Android device, right? And when you push the next version of Android out, if I were running Civic Tech, I would need my developers to stay up and update the app to those specifications, right? I would need to QA test that for Android. I would need to make sure, like, whatever annoying bug that happens, we, like, figure it out, and that, that is deployed probably across a number of new versions of Android, but a bunch of legacy versions as well. So I'm maintaining a ton of different versions. That's on, iOS as well, et cetera. Then I have an issue with the App Store. Well, I have to have, like, my policy people call them, right? So the job of maintaining these things is, like, a forever job. It's extremely expensive. And, like, one of the reasons I think tech companies are so, like, feel like kind of baby playpens with, like, all the colors and, it's, like, so fun is because, like, in a way, the actual job is extremely monotonous, extremely detail oriented, and it never ends, right? So yes, like, it would be, I think, like, I want to think about what that alternative ecology looks like, while also not ignoring how dependent we are on these companies and how we do need to think about ways of sort of moving away from that dependence. So, like, what I worry about is when somebody who doesn't recognize the sort of forever, also, like, sorry, I'm doing a little like sidebar, but like it costs a lot of money to buy transit. It costs a lot of money to buy hosting, right? Like there are costs involved in that are the labor costs of hiring the developers forever, and the cost of hosting and, you know, transit and all of this. So it's a very expensive endeavor that's not usually narrated as like, you know, kind of so resource intensive. And then what I worry about is then you have kind of like entrepreneurs who don't understand that, who might stand up a flaky app that isn't maintained and sort of you know, like position that as if it were an alternative when really it does not have those like, you know, millions and millions of dollars of resources behind it that have become the sort of cost of entry to building something that sort of like works at scale, given all of the dependencies.
There you go. Yeah, that kind of, that's a good reminder of how much we're dependent on private companies for all of our infrastructure. So, and yeah, great kind of sidebar there too. We do have an awesome question from Angelica in the chat. I'll restate it because it's a bit long. So Angelica was saying that a lot of students kind of start to feel burnt out and disempowered trying to break into the software industry because, you know, we get a lot of rejections, like long interview sessions. And then as a result, people can be excessively grateful once they kind of land a job in big tech and they want to keep their head down, not disrupt anything within the company. So then Angelica's question is, what are your thoughts around that? And how do we continue to remind people in the elite tech workforce who have the skills that they do in fact have power and leverage for change?
Thank you, Angelica. This is a really lovely question. I really appreciate it. You know, again, I think it's complex, right? Like under capitalism, almost all of us have to work to live.
Yep.
Under this current, you know, system, we have to work to get health insurance too, right? Like a lot of our ability to live is, you know, contingent on our employers in the US at least, right? The US is particularly broken in this regard, but, and, you know, we might have to keep working to maintain our visa, right? Or to, you know, support a family member. So I think it's good to remember, like, elite tech workers do have power, but no one has power alone, right? The forms of power we're talking about here are different than the sort of kind of neoliberal individualized frame where it's just like, you know, like I, Meredith, am powerful. Like, right, none of the stuff I'm talking about I did by myself. And the things that I'm most proud of were things that were like relational collaboration with, you know, like a lot of people, right? Trusting each other, organizing, like, you know, figuring out how to build bonds of solidarity that can actually, you know, withstand the winds of like corporate attack, right? So I don't, like, I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, like remember that this power does exist and it does threaten them, right? And that we are in a time when we need to build solidarity among workers, across workers, you know, among communities that is, you know, begins to see each other as like friends and relationship and begins to build those bonds in ways that can help us like help us understand our identity as like interconnected beings and humans, right? And not as like competitive, atomized individuals in a corporate structure, like trying to beat each other, right? And that's like an internal work that is like communal work, but that's not work you do alone. And it's not work where you're gonna just suddenly be like, fuck it, I'm powerful. Sorry. F it, I'm powerful, right? Like it's something where you begin to build those relationships and you also begin to recognize like who has different risk profiles, right? There might be some white dude who just got out of Stanford whose parents like own everything and like maybe he can afford to do a little bit more risky stuff than, you know, somebody who's on an H-1B who like, you know, has their family and can't, you know, like would not, you know, H-1B visa holders aren't given labor protections for organizing, right? Like there, you know, and so you have to know each other to know that. You have to know each other to understand where you fit within these contexts. And you have to be willing to like do the sort of transformative work inside yourself that would be like, okay, I'm gonna rep these people. Like my loyalty in this context is to my friends and comrades who are like here with me and not to like my boss or the corporation or getting this sort of performance review, right? And I may need to do that too to keep my health insurance, et cetera. But like, I'm gonna start rolling for them and not them. I hope that's helpful. It's not simple, I don't know, but.
No, I know, but I think that's encouraging for those of us, who are in those positions, like on a visa or kind of dependent on workplace health insurance, stuff like that. So there's certainly organizing and work we can do without necessarily risking retaliation or putting like our employment at risk.
Yeah. And, there is no risk-free there's no risk-free, right? But there is ways of mitigating risk and ways of being really honest with each other, so you can talk through who has the highest risk profile and who has the most privilege, and how do you sort of, structure what you're doing to recognize that and make sure that those who are most at risk aren't also kind of putting themselves even more at risk.
Gotcha. Oh, this has been such a great conversation. We've really hit a lot of the different areas that you've done work on in your career. Do you have any closing thoughts before we sign off? And then I do have one other question to end things.
I don't think there's anything I feel like I missed. I feel like it was pretty wide ranging and really enjoyable. So, thank you for being here. And, I'm really, it's really lovely to see sort of the kind of computer science and technical disciplines so astutely engaging with a lot of these issues. So I also appreciate that you're platforming this, and that, and Dalik's question and others have been so thoughtful.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I also loved that question. It was really in line with what we were talking about. Cool. So just to end things, I was wondering, is there someone like a researcher, technologist, thinker, writer that you think we should all go home and read or watch an interview with or listen to a podcast with later this week? Cool. You had to pick maybe one person.
I mean, I will say one of the things I bring to the table is I have a really hard time thinking in terms of stack ranks. So
that's okay. It's just kind of like an off the cuff thing,
Yeah, but somebody who comes to mind who I was just citing before I got on the call is a scholar and organizer named Sarah Hamid, Hamid. She did an interview in Logic magazine, and she's one of the founders and practitioners in the Carceral Tech Resistance Network. And what I think she does is, she combines a really deep scholarly practice with an organizing practice and with a kind of assessment of, what is needed on the ground. What does it mean to produce knowledge that can actually sort of help communities organize against some of these technologies, right? And I think, there's a way in which that work is so inspiring to me as the nexus of where ideally organized tech workers, organized communities, and organized academics can sort of contribute to the type of social change that we need.
Cool, thanks.
Cool.
I will be checking them out soon.
Great.
Well, thanks so much. We really appreciate you joining us at the summit today. And our next event, we'll be talking to Rachel Stone at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the same live stream link. Thanks again, Meredith. That was really fun to talk about basically everything, the whole gamut of everything we went over.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been wonderful to be here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Bye, all.
Sweet. See ya. Hey everyone, we're back for more Impact Summit 2021. I'm Isabel and this is Catherine, and we are kicking off kind of a civic tech track for the rest of the evening. Catherine, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. So up first, we have a talk and later a Q&A session with Rachel Stone. So Rachel is currently the Chief Data Officer and Performance Measures Manager in the Utah Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. So as CDO, she helps streamline and modernize state government. And as Performance Measures Manager, she works with data analysts to measure the impact of the executive branch agencies and maximize taxpayer dollars. Rachel's background includes professional experience in local, state, and federal governments, as well as a political science degree from BYU. Her interests also include design and the applications of public interest technology, and we're so excited to hear from her today. So without further ado, I'll let her take it away with her talk.
Hi, awesome. Audio's okay?
Yep, yeah, sounds great.
Sounds good.
Thanks. I'm so excited to be here. I feel like I just graduated into like capital G adulthood, or grown-uphood, but this whole time I feel like I'm just a college student working in jobs in government, and so I'm really excited to be kind of among people who are in an age group that at least I feel like I identify with, even though I'm sure at this point I seem ancient to you. If I share, can I share my screen with this? Let's see, great. I prepared sort of a scrapbook to be able to talk about my career journey with you guys and talk about what it was like to get into civic technology for me and my own journey. So this is my scrapbook of becoming a government technologist, and I have some lessons I'll share sprinkled throughout, but then some dedicated slides at the end to really talk about what I've learned in these 5+-ish years. So diving in, I will say, oh, let me get this right. My understanding of Impact Labs, I love the idea, I love the concept is like, we're starting with technology, we learn technology, we have technology skills. Now, how can we go and make them impactful for social good and for our communities? And I actually started kind of in the flip of that. I started with interest in serving my community. I was your classic, like in high school, people called me Leslie Nope. Parks and Rec was really big back then. And so when I got to college, I kept that going. I declared my political science major. I also declared a journalism major, and I was like, I am going to be a government gal. And I actually grew up in the Washington, D.C. area. I spent my middle school and my high school years in Washington, D.C. So I kind of imbibed, if you grow up in Silicon Valley, then everything is tech. If you grow up around DC, everything is government and politics. So I already kind of had all of that. And in high school, I was in the student government and I was in Model UN, and we had trips to the Supreme Court to meet Supreme Court justices. And we were very, very lucky and privileged to have that access. So I took that into my schooling at BYU. Just to start, my decision to go to BYU was a big one for me. I wasn't super jazzed about the idea of like being surrounded by Mormons in a state that I wasn't super familiar with. I was actually really judgmental of Utah when I arrived. I, had grown up in the DC area around a lot of diversity, a lot of intellectualism, and I thought, I'm just going to go to this religious university where everybody is super white and religious. And I did it because ultimately of money. I am Mormon by background, so I could go, and BYU is like $4,000 a year if you're a church member. And so, you know, I paid like almost nothing to go to university. I was able to pay my own way through and not rely on others. Financial independence was really important to me, and this will come up later, but you know, I went to high school and I started high school in 2009. It was like right on the heels of our entry into the recession. And so I knew so many people with debt that didn't know how to get out of it. I saw a lot of student debt. You know, millennials are mostly older than me. I'm right on the cusp between millennials and Gen Z. And so financial independence was important to me. And I appreciate Meredith's words on that, right? Like, we need money to survive and live in our world. So I chose the university that I got into that cost the least. So I got there, declared my poli-sci major. I was your classic quintessential Leslie Knope. And I got into my freshman year and I discovered, okay, some things I understood about myself, some things I did not. I tried my hand at journalism. I was a newsroom floor director. So for the BYU student news channel, I would be the one next to the camera, and I would go 5, 4, 3, and like start the news, and then I'd go over to each camera so that people knew where to look. It wasn't for me. I was really struggling again with religion and my beliefs at the time. And I was like, I actually don't think I believe in objective truth. How can I report on objective truth? So I can't be a journalism major because I have to grapple too much with the idea of what is truth. And I believe that everybody has unique experiences, and I rely more on that than anything else. So anyway, that was not for me. By the time I got to my sophomore year, I had worked on some political sciencey sort of digital technologies. I had been involved with like an app that helps you, type in your zip code and you'll find your legislators, and this is news you can read about your legislators, those kinds of policy things and other like digital democracy sort of tools. Somehow I'd gotten involved with those and some other like incredible thinkers about what could government be in the 21st century. And so I started to see technology as the means to the end of government, which is a means to the end of serving constituents. And that really resonated with me. I was like, if I'm going to be working in government, which is what I want to do, and I'm doing it in the 21st century, I have to understand technology. That's how things are delivered. Obama was president, and he had taken off with 18F and the US Digital Service, all these sort of pioneering groups in civic technology in the federal government. So I really latched onto that as an undergrad, and I really started to make that my identity. So the thing was, I didn't really know anybody else who was into that. I was surrounded by political science majors, but none of them were talking tech. So I had to really go out of my way to find community and find other people who were jazzed about this. I got the political science department to fund my first trip to the Code for America Summit. I would take a bus to the other town every week to be part of this group called the Office of New Urban Mechanics. There was a professor there who'd been to Harvard, and he kind of was instituting ideas that were popular in Boston there. His name was Professor Luke Peterson. He was a great mentor to me at the time. I was pestering professors and local government people with, hey, do you have any ideas about this, intersection of government and technology? And I was just making a lot of noise about it. So I did this for pretty much my whole undergrad career. In between coursework on statistics and I started to take computer science classes and user experience design classes. In addition to my political science classes, I, in between that, would travel to hackathons. I was in Boston and Washington, D.C., literally just trying to find other people who were excited about the ideas that I was excited about, 21st century democracy and digital government service delivery and all of that. And this is a picture of one of my first ones. This was Harvard's Hack for Congress. So I went to that in Boston and in DC. I just blew like all of my money on this. Finally, I got comfortable in Utah. I got actually really excited because the local government in my college town of Provo had a really tech-savvy mayor, excuse me. And Mayor Curtis, John Curtis, he's now a congressman. He was using blogs and using social media to connect with constituents in a way that was like totally unprecedented. And then he got free internet for the whole town. And it was a big deal, very tech savvy. He won a lot of awards. And I was like, I want to work in his government. So I actually ended up in the city council for a little bit as an intern and learned about what it's like to really actually help legislators make policy. And then they were like, hey, you are really excited about tech. Why don't you go to the basement? And I did that internship for a while, and then they switched me down to the basement, and I went and worked in information systems in their IT department. And I kind of was just like an e-government intern, which is something I made up. I spent my time kind of surveying different digital services that we had, like as a city government, and I was like, how can we make them better? And I mostly spent my time like academically in Provo City. I'm not sure that I even contributed one helpful thing to them in that time. I'm so lucky that like, and this is just a common theme throughout my career so far, is that I just get excited about this topic that I'm excited about, and people seem to pick up on that passion and see like, oh, well, why don't you just do that over here? We have something you could work on. And so I'll go do that. So I worked for Provo City for like the latter half of my time in college. And I was really fortunate to have great people there. But again, it was also still kind of lonely. I mean, even though I was getting to practice my passion a little bit more, I was usually like the only girl in my computer science classes, or one of 3 girls in my computer science classes. Definitely, I was the only girl in the basement of Provo City's information systems department. I was always the youngest person who I knew. Take you back to this picture. Like I was just always getting to team up with like old white dudes. And I was just like, I guess this is just what it is. I had a lot of judgment at that point about that, and I've since been able to actually just embrace that and enjoy what that reality is. But I did grapple with being lonely for a fair amount of time. Okay, we're getting through this story. So finally, I spent my last semester of school in Jerusalem. This is obviously in Egypt. We did a little bit of traveling in the Middle East, but I spent my last semester in Jerusalem. I really considered it to be my last hurrah of college. And it was like the last part of 2016. I was actually engaged to be married. The BYU thing happened to me, despite my best intentions. I did find somebody I really liked there, and then I told him that I'd like to get married to him, so he proposed to me, and then so I was engaged while I was on this study abroad, and I was going to get married when I came home and graduate at the same time. And anyway, crazy fun times and hard times. I was in this final semester of school. It was the end of 2016. You might remember there was a big election that year. I was really excited because I was like, wow, Hillary's going to be president. And I can go join her administration probably if I apply. And so what I did was I applied to the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy internship. And I got it. I was stunned. And but about the same week that I got the email that I had been accepted to this internship at the White House, and it was my dream come true, the election results came out, and there I was in Israel, seeing that President Trump, Donald Trump would be president, and I was like, I don't even know if this guy believes in science or tech. What if I get there? What if I take my, my newlywed husband and my lack of money, because I spent it all in Jerusalem, and I go to an unpaid internship in expensive Washington, D.C., at the White House, where he might very well just abolish the office. It's like, then what do I do? I was also concerned. I was really grappling with this decision. I was thinking, if you come in with the incoming president, it looks like you campaigned with them. And I was like, I did not campaign for President Trump. That is not me. And I am not sure if I want my career to start on that footing, with that look. So I ultimately did not take the internship, and for better or for worse, right? But I took another internship in DC that was paid. Again, I really prefer to be financially independent. I don't really totally want to be in survival mode, especially when I consider myself a breadwinner for my family. And so that's what I did. I made that decision. And maybe that would have, maybe it would have been totally fine to be in the White House, and maybe I could have had great career opportunities because of that. But ultimately, I didn't choose to do that. So I was applying for jobs after this other internship that I did, and applying for jobs. And kind of like Izzy said before, it's just so competitive. There's so many people out there, so many people with experience. And I couldn't find anyone that would hire me until the Utah Office of Tourism responded to my application. So I started applying to Utah government jobs, and they had a data analyst position open, business intelligence, data analysis, and I took that. So that was my first job. Is not anywhere where I thought I would land. I had no real interest in tourism as a subject matter. But I was their business intelligence analyst, and it was actually awesome. I had a lot of fun because tourism is a very fun industry to be in. And I don't think I would have ever given myself the chance to actually have that kind of fun in my career, except if it didn't really happen to me out of all of my free will. So I loved working at the Utah Office of Tourism. They gave me really interesting things to do. I got to build dashboards and join data and work in the cloud for the first time, and present at conferences about the findings that we have. In tourism in the industry, data is actually a really big deal. And so I got to learn from a lot of people and really grow. And you can see me having fun in these pictures. I'm in the two on the right. I'm in the Jazz, the Vivint Arena in Salt Lake City, where the Jazz play. If you're into basketball, I'm in their locker room on the far right picture, sitting on one of those where the nurse would take care of them, sitting on that, just being wow, I'm 5 feet tall and they're not. So it was just really fun. I got to have a lot of fun experiences learning about how to have fun working for the Office of Tourism. But I worked hard in that job, and I made the most of the assignments I think I was given to do. And in the course of presenting on my work in in a conference that our government was hosting, I got I guess I was noticed by somebody in the governor's office of management and budget, is what it was called at the time. And so I made my way into this job that I'm in now. But I actually took a little detour. Life is full of these detours, these unexpected turns. While I was at the Office of Tourism, I heard about this really cool thing called Coding It Forward. And they said they were taking early career people. And so I was like, oh, well, I just kind of finished school only a year ago. Coding It Forward was recruiting students basically to go work in the federal government in technology related positions. And I was like, that is actually everything I ever wanted to do. I wish that I had this like 3 years earlier. So I ended up applying just because I couldn't resist. And then they took me. And so then I told the Office of Tourism, I was like, hey, I've had this opportunity come up and it's in the federal government. I've had this opportunity. I have this opportunity to work in the State Department for like 2.5 months. I'm going to take a leave of absence and go do that. And they let me. I can't believe that they let me, but we arranged for it. I left my full-time job. I went and did that at the State Department in DC. And Chris Kwong is there. I think you're going to hear from him in a couple of minutes, or Rachel or somebody from Coding It Forward. But it was like the best time. Coding It Forward did such a good job. If you want to get into Civic Tech, you need to talk to somebody from Coding It Forward, because they gave us such rich networking opportunities, learning opportunities to understand what the federal government needs and what government needs from young people, and how to bridge technology and government. The whole thing, everything I was interested in, Coding It Forward made happen. I wish I could have been one of the people to make it happen, but I joined them and I got to be on TV once while I was out there. So that was a really excellent, amazing detour that I'm so grateful for. But anyway, then when I came back, that's when this happened. So guys, you're getting like the long version of my my story. I hope somebody's benefiting from this. So what happened was I got into my second job. Again, is applying myself, and somebody said, hey, do you want to come interview for this job? I think you'd be a fit for it. And so I was hired by my predecessor here in this office, and I was hired to be a performance measures data manager. I actually have my like office like plaques, like my little like office name cards here, because I ended up getting 3 of these over my 2.5 years that I've worked in this office, because my title kept changing. So I was hired as performance measures data manager, so I could like manage all the performance measures in the state. And then like 2 months in, my boss goes like, hey, I need you to join social services data. Can you do that? Can you like do data sharing between social services? I learned more about the project, and it had failed like twice before me being asked to take it on. And I was like, I've learned about this project. I think it needs like more executive sponsorship. Like you can't just make people share data. They have to play with each other too. And so I ended up asking my boss, like, I think our state needs a chief data officer. She was like, okay, great, change your title. And I was, again, stunned, because that's not the, I mean, of course, it's nice to have a title, but we have to like formalize the role and everything. She gave me kind of a long leash, and so I ended up doing that. So then new name plaque, I was then chief data officer, and the state had never had one before. So I became the first chief data officer of Utah state government. Again, like ask and you shall receive. I don't know. I while I'm really risk averse with money and stuff, like in some situations, I find that like I'm surprisingly bold. So I worked on that project. I learned all about like the legal infrastructure that our state had for data sharing, and I kind of had to just become a quasi lawyer. And I was 22, 23-ish, around those years when I took on that title and that job of joining all these social services data. And social services data soon became, okay, now we got to join criminal justice data. And that soon became, okay, we have to join health data. And it just balloons and balloons, and like, okay, actually now we need an entire constituent identifier for every constituent so we can have a universal number to track people with across systems so that we can serve them better. And it was just a gigantic job. And like only, 2-3 years into my career, I can't say that I was prepared. I just knew that the state needed a chief data officer, literally somebody who could like have access to leadership, who could, get the executive sponsorship needed to make these things move along. I knew that, and I knew enough about how data worked to liaise between the business side of like, okay, what does that really mean? We're joining data. What do we really need to answer in terms of questions, and what do we need to build in terms of tools? Answering those business questions and then liaising with the people on the technical side. And so I became that. I became like this like intersectional, fluent person between both sides, tech and business or tech and government, and learned a lot, but also was like rattled with imposter syndrome every single day. And I was like, I can't believe they're letting me do this. Don't I walk in the room? I'm like this 5'1", like tiny half Filipina girl. Don't they think I'm an intern or something? And I totally picked up on rumors while I was in the job too, that like somebody thought that I had, benefited from nepotism and that's why I was in the job, or somebody thought that like, like surely it was a mistake, or, and I wasn't seeking to empire build. You can be crowned, I guess you could say, with like a big title like that, chief data officer, and say, okay, I'm going to get staff for this and this and this. I'm going to have a big shop of analysts. We're going to have, machine learning people over here. I remember like when I changed my title on LinkedIn from performance data measures manager to chief data officer, like I got like pounded by all of these people on LinkedIn who are like career coaches, and they were like, hey, do you need like coaching to get the ultimate results you need for your company? And I was just like, whoa, like this is not really what I was intending. I really was just like trying to bring the executive sponsorship that like this project needed to like get it done and like have it be successful. And ultimately I just dedicated to like just that one effort of like, okay, let's get social services to share data. It's like impossible, by all this precedent and federal laws that don't make it easy. And we ultimately did it. But I had to really focus on just that thing and learn the lessons of just that one thing. Okay, I have listened to myself speaking for like half an hour now. We're gonna get to some questions, but I have some lessons. One of the things you need to know is like while doing all of that social services stuff and being chief data officer, I thought it would be fun to mix my life up and start my family. And so I was pregnant while I was working on this. It was very stressful. I don't really know what I was thinking, but I don't regret it. I had a lot of conviction about the decision. And I just want to like point out, like, in addition to being this like young woman, like usually the youngest person in the room, then I was just like pregnant. I just have this like vivid memory of being in a meeting with all these officers from the Department of Corrections. I was working with the Department of Corrections really closely, right, on that social services project for many months at a time. And I would just see this pregnant lady, and one morning I was super hungry, kind of sick, and I had like a Sprite and like half Chipotle burrito that I was eating at like 8 a.m. in the morning, because that is sometimes what happens to you when you're pregnant. And I'm just sitting around like all of these like uniformed like correctional officers, and it's just like me, like pregnant lady, just like eating, listening to people in this meeting. Like I don't know, somehow, man, you just have to own, you just have to get comfortable, because you know, that's what it is in an institution that's relatively traditional. If you're different, you just do it. So a couple lessons. Working in data leadership, I really have come to learn that like working in data leadership is not a technical job at all. It is it's a diplomatic position, and maybe I say that because I worked in the State Department for a couple of months. But like, to make data do what it does, data is a proxy for people's workflows, for people's work products, and it represents what their job is, and the people who are in it, customers. To get different data to work together and pipe together, it's not really so much of a technical challenge. Technology is well established to be able to do this. What is difficult is the conversations of like, we're going to join your data with that person's data. What does that entail for you? What legal barriers do you have around that? What processes does that impact? I really have come to believe that like data and technology should be the last thing that we ever do. We can think with technology first minds, but what we really need to get good at is the process, like thinking through deeply how, you know, people are impacted in processes and how processes change as a result of tools. And if you build technology that just facilitates a poor process, you're only more facilitating a poor you're making it worse, because you're solidifying what is a poor process. So I really have come to believe like you need to get really good at experience research, process mapping, operational improvement, thinking about efficiency and effectiveness and evaluation before you like go and practice technology. And I say this too with interoperability over insight. Often you'll hear, you know, in the data world, like insight. You know, if we just knew this thing, if we had analytics to be able to tell us X, then we would do Y. But analytics is often after the fact. I mean, we have some predictive analytics, but usually analytics represents what happened, and then it's too late. I found a lot, especially in navigating like data sharing and government, you have to really know your use case. Why are you using this data? Why are you collecting it? Why are you sharing it? And I personally have found, I think it's better to share data and to do stuff with data so that operations are improved rather than insights. If you have to pick between the two, I would pick, you know, operations between systems or better operations, interoperability over just knowing more things. So again, improving on process. I say also play the long game, because I think so far in my role, I've seen us make decisions to just like, we wanted to hurry up and have a tool by X date because we felt like a problem was really urgent. So we cut corners. We didn't do enough user experience research. We didn't come to good enough compromises or good enough solutions with challenges, and then they just kind of come with us, and that just is a waste of time and money and effort. So play the long game, do it right, build it. Don't, you know, I'm not so into like the build fast and break things anymore. Working in traditional institutions, you know, again with the imposter syndrome, like what really is experience is something I have to ask myself a ton. You know, like if I'm in the position of like leading people through a data effort, what do I even bring to the table? And I asked one of the people who was on the hiring team who hired me, I was like halfway through, you know, this project, and I was like, why did you hire me? Like, I can't believe I'm working on this, like, which is a scary thing to say. Like, why did you trust me with this? But he was like, it's because you didn't seem scared of the problem. And I was like, wow, that's like the worst thing ever. Like, you know, what if that means I'm naive? What if I'm not scared because I don't know what I don't know? I was like not reassured by that at all. Really, that really I think is what age is. You know, me being 23 versus 25 right now is just me not knowing what I don't know. And the way to solve for that is really by like surrounding yourself with people who've been around longer, who are smarter than you, and really embracing institutional knowledge. I think when I got into government, I thought, you know, I know better than other people because I know how to build technology. And, you know, the way that they've been doing it forever is the wrong way. And so I would like ignore institutional knowledge rather than embrace it because I thought it was wrong. But you really do have to just sit with people, like really make friends with all of the white dudes that you will hang out with in your government or your traditional institution, because they're actually rich sources of knowledge and will become your friends, and then work can be really fun. So all of that consensus building is super important. I think it's just really important to had a note on this. Try not to work in isolation too much when you're young and working, especially in a traditional institution. You know, if you're a software developer, absolutely, it's great if you spend like 6 or 7 hours or 10 hours of your day just like coding by yourself. But coming together with other people to solve problems, you learn so much. And so that social interaction is super important. And time can teach you, you know, what you don't know. Two things that I think I didn't really know when I started was really how to communicate up proactively and how to make decisions, like in a formalized organizational way. I bring up communicating up because when I started, I thought, oh, everybody above me is like way busier than me, and I shouldn't bother them. They're really busy. So I would work more in isolation and try to like solve problems on my own. This like does not work. You should always communicate up proactively as often as you can. Don't worry about bothering people. People want to be bothered by the people who are solving problems for them. Okay. So last but not least, in life, I've brought up a lot of these things already, but life is a balancing act. I've had to learn, you know, being who I am, working in these traditional institutions with this sort of subject matter, to listen to people, because I don't have as much experience, and also because it's important to build for users and listen to them. And so having empathy has been a really, really, really big part of my role. And it's maybe weird to hear that because it's a data role, and data is clean and clerical, and well, it's actually not usually clean, but it's sterile. And really, the practice of data and the working on anything is just a big practice of empathy. Once you exercise enough empathy, I think then you can really have conviction. So they're not really at odds. Likewise, with boldness and security, I chose financial security by going to BYU and by not working in an unpaid internship in the Trump administration, because choosing to have some level of security gives me the ability to be bold and take risks, right? Like if I have to focus only on survival, I can't, you know, do those things. And so there's always a balance, and experience with intuition, because you all have the intuition to go and work hard and understand the world. But experience enriches that in a big way, and it's important to look for that. I really have come to believe, from being in, you know, relatively white Utah, both at BYU and in our government institution, that like diversity is actually universal. I've like stopped really believing that diversity is like only as shallow as people's skin color or the texture of their hair or the language they speak. Like, I feel like I have learned how dimensional people are in these few years. And like at BYU, a lot of young Mormon boys, they serve missions. And I'd have like these like blonde boys come up to me on campus all the time, and they'd like rattle off in Tagalog. I don't actually speak Tagalog. My mom is from the Philippines, but I don't speak it. She didn't teach it to me. I never learned. And so I'd be like, whoa, like I'm like the basic person here. People are dimensional, and you can have shared experience with anyone and find that you have things in common across political lines, across any visible barrier. And so I had to really learn to like just embrace everyone. And then obviously this is true just and very cliche, but follow your passion, because if you do, it can't go unnoticed. So this is where I'm at now. I've had to like check my snobbery at so many points in the last 10 years, when I went to BYU and working in this government, and then becoming a mom is not something I completely imagined for myself, but then felt compelled to do. And I'm at a point where I'm actually pivoting into a part-time role so I can do my next round of pregnancy in peace and not have to run a government while doing that. I'm really excited to do that. I think it'll be good for my mental health. Those are my lessons, and I just appreciate the chance to share, and hope somebody benefited from some of that. I'm not sure how much time we have, but I'm so happy to have anyone challenge anything I said or ask a question.
Woo! Thank you so much, Rachel. That was wonderful. I love your comments on balance, and the whole kind of scrapbook approach, I think, made it easier for people our age, like who are in school or just finishing up like undergrad or grad school, to like project ourselves into your life story and kind of see like where we've made similar decisions, what it would be like to work in the public sector for us. So thanks. I'd love to jump into questions, because I selfishly have a few things I want to ask you, and we've already gotten some audience questions as well. So is that all right with you?
Please.
Cool. So the first thing I want to ask, I noticed in your bio, you mentioned you're interested in design, and kind of on those, on the working in data leadership slide, you'd mentioned the importance of user experience research. So I was just curious, like what role has design played in the digital transformation work that you've done across all the different levels of government?
I love starting with that question. Design is so important and so underutilized in government. I think in the effort to be like efficient as a government, like it's just often forgotten. And often also in government, like things are due yesterday. And so or the governor wants to go out and have something by this time next year. And so you're like, oh my gosh, okay, we gotta get it together.
Right.
You don't often take enough time to like really sit down, listen. I think our current governor is super excellent at this though. And I feel the tide changing. In the projects that I've worked on, like when I first got put on that social services data sharing project, I was like, I know jack about this. So I asked if I could shadow Child Protective Services workers for like 2 weeks. And I spent my first, couple weeks just like trying to empathize with people in their jobs, figure out like what do they need. And with a project that I've been working on this summer, actually with a bunch of Coding It Forward interns, I got my own interns from Coding It Forward this summer. It's amazing. We've done probably 50 user interviews for the tool that we're building, and we're building a really like boring performance measurement tool, but we've put so much love into it, and I think it's going to be really great for the workflow and create meaningful measures because we listened to so many people.
Awesome. That's a cool anecdote to hear about. Okay, one more question from me, and then I'm going to hand it over to Catherine with some audience questions. So I've certainly noticed that many of the movers and shakers in the civic technology community have had this kind of similar career path of working in industry in their early and mid-career, then transitioning to the public sector after building private sector technical expertise. So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on this phenomenon? What have some of the benefits for you been in digging into GovTech as an early career technologist? I know it's kind of a hard question, but would love to hear your thoughts.
I think it's cool. Like 18F and USDS are designed that way, right? I'm using terms that maybe you guys don't know. 18F and the US Digital Service like recruit technologists from like their middle careers, like out from Silicon Valley or wherever. And then they work in government settings. And so they're taking private sector into the public sector. I think this is really good overall, because it teaches people in government to like use tools like Slack and Figma or Discord or whatever tool now, and helps us like be more responsive in our work. I think it's also a little dangerous though, because a lot of the people coming from these tech companies, I mean, like from Microsoft and from like Google, will naturally proliferate the commercial products that they were working on at work in a government setting. And I think that's a little bit of an uncool, unfair advantage. So I think we just have to be cautious about some of these things.
Yeah, great point on that. Thank you for answering. Catherine, I will let you take it away.
Yeah, sure. So we have some questions from our viewers. So to start out, we have one from Alicia that's asking, how much of your time is spent coding now compared to when you first started working in state government? Especially being CDO, I'm sure there's a lot more, as you mentioned, kind of like diplomatic administrative work that goes on. So what is that comparison like?
Such an excellent question. It's very disappointing. If you want to learn how to code, don't go into leadership. You won't have time. So I spend like 90% of my time in meetings. I have a very people-oriented, meeting-heavy job. I don't often get to put on my headphones and just clean data anymore, and I miss it. So I'm actually hoping that what I'm doing is I'm going part-time, and I'm scoping down all of my roles to just be product manager. And I'm hoping I can like finally learn how to like use Adobe products, and like all the gaps that I, from going from here to here, like I missed the middle like learning, and I'm hoping to fill that in.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's not even exclusive just to the public sector. I've heard from a lot of people at private sector companies that as you like kind of scale up that career ladder, there's a lot less kind of like individual, like sit down and grind on your work kind of time. So definitely not an experience that just happens to our like public sector workers. We have another question here from Angelica, who's also half Filipina, actually. And so you touched a little bit about kind of diversity and how you were a little bit uncomfortable being in Utah at first, too. And she was wondering how this half Filipina background influences how you approach your work in tech, and especially like your work in Utah, especially, too.
It definitely does. I'm not sure if like the Filipina part is more influential or just the fact that I'm half of something, because my dad is like this like white Jewish Manhattan guy. And then my mom immigrated from the Philippines when she was like 29 to New York. And I think what's like been more influential on me is like the fact that I've had to like reconcile two very different like families and worlds for my entire life. And that, I think that helps in like the empathy building and the consensus building practice that I apply at work. The Filipina part, honestly, like working in social services, working with vulnerable populations and trying to help them, I was most able to empathize with my Filipina side because I've seen my family struggle with immigration status, and I've seen my family struggle with just not knowing how to navigate the world in our English-speaking, community, and some of those things I was able to draw more on that for that work. Yeah,
absolutely. I think I've heard a lot from especially people in, say, like product management and like user research type roles, like the reason that like diversity is so important in those fields is the ability to empathize with users on a level that you just might not be able to access otherwise if you don't come from that background yourself. And then I'm going to try to sneak in one more final question here before we run out of time. But Cindy was wondering, knowing just the path you've been on now, would you in college still have majored in political science, or would you have perhaps focused even more on kind of the CS curriculum than you did?
I think if I'd gone any deeper in CS, I would have been learning like literally zeros and ones. So I think it was good. I don't regret it. At this point, I really am craving like an Udemy subscription or something where I can really just like learn how to use the tools that designers and that product managers use to get their jobs done.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of new tools and software and platforms popping up every day, I feel like. So there's almost always something new to learn in the tech field. Yeah. But yeah, so this was the end of our conversation with Rachel Stone. Thank you everyone so much for joining us. And thank you, Rachel, so much for spending the afternoon/night with us.
Thank you. This was a real treat. Have a good night.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, folks. I just want to make a quick plug for our Civic Technology Opportunities panel. Coding It Forward, the organization that Rachel was talking about, will be joined by other orgs, Bluebonnet Data, NAVA, the Day One project, and that's going to be on Zoom. So check Slack for a link for this panel to learn about how you can kind of find your first role in the civic tech world. Thanks.